All right. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for day 21 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We do have a StreamYard poll open. Good morning. Good morning. It's going to be a huge day today. We'll see how much longer this last witness is. Oh my gosh, it's getting crazy. I want to say thank you all for the continued love and support. Help us hit 18.5K today. We're 98 subs away. Good morning. Good morning. So, StreamYard poll open. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type the number in the chat to vote. And you can type one. Baby, get down. Hey, come on. You can type 1 in chat for yes. You can type 2 in chat for no. You can type 3 in chat for undecided. And if you're undecided about voting right now, take your time. It's going to be a poll that we're going to have up all day. Baby, come on. We start the show and now she wants to start messing with stuff. Oh, but yeah, you can wait all morning or all day and vote right at the end if you want. It'll be open all day for you guys. Good morning, Hopper. Good morning, Kib Kitty. She does want to say hi. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Again, thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. We got to discuss a couple things and we're going to get into a recap real quick. But you can help the network. Mark the media algorithm, hit like, subscribe, and share this out to your socials. And also, we just dropped some members videos, no watermarks. You get no watermarks on the members videos, raw HD. But we just dropped a couple videos the last couple days with the Micah Miller case. Members get access to all raw HD footage. And to become a member, you can tap the link in the description or just type !member in the chat and the link will drop for you. And then also, if you'd like to directly support Baby, I know you want to directly support. If you want to directly support the production, you can type those in there and the links will drop for you as well. So let's get this thing going. Good morning. All right, let's take a look at the poll results so far, and then we're going to discuss something real quick because this thing was crazy yesterday. If you were with us yesterday and you saw this, it was like, what the heck is this lady doing? We're at court, man. But we're looking at the results right now. So far, 67% no and 33% undecided. So we'll have that up throughout the day. The question, what's up, Mary? The question is here. Let me go to my... That's weird. I thought I starred. It's not keeping starred comments now. Okay, StreamYard's. What the heck? So I don't have starred comments anymore? Okay, something's going on with StreamYard because I did like a minute ago. Not sure what's going on with that. Okay, hold on a second. StreamYard poll. That's just so weird. StreamYard poll open. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type the number in the chat to vote. And you can type 1 in chat for yes. You can type 2 in chat for no. Or you can type 3 in chat for undecided if you would like to vote. Or you could wait. Let me see here. So I'm going to share this screen with you. No, the chat box is the way that StreamYard wants it. Until YouTube comes up with something like that, we're going to keep using StreamYard. I think it's a cool feature. But we're going to talk about this lady right here. Let me hide this poll for a second. We're going to talk about this lady right here. If you were watching the trial yesterday, and we were coming back in from break, and you saw this lady do like the strike a pose, wink, wink, grin, giggle. It was really crazy. Uh, so we were returning from a break, and this little couple winks and stuff. It's like, what? What the hell did we just see? I remember watching it. I remember. Now check this out, Miriam. I remember we were watching it yesterday, and it was like, what the hell is up with that lady in the green dress? She was striking a pose, like it was like the camera talks to me. the camera talks to me. It was like, what the hell is this? You know, we're at court here. I guess she is a Vanity Fair reporter, and she was removed from the court gig from Vanity Fair. So it wasn't some kind of stunt from Vanity Fair. It wasn't, I don't even know what you call it. But as it went down yesterday, we'll show it again. I mean, as it went down yesterday, it was like, what the heck just happened? And Vanity Fair axed her. She was a reporter for Vanity Fair. She did it rogue. She was a rogue model. A rogue model. Striking a pose. Camera, talk to me. Talk to me, camera. And then Vanity Fair axed her. So, yeah, so from this thing at court yesterday, I mean, she's going to be famous now. She's going to be famous now. She's going to be famous now. I mean, come on. Let's be real. I was like, who is this lady? I was about to search it up, but I was too busy with the court stuff. But, yeah, that's from yesterday. So, thank you all for joining. As always, in the mornings, we're going to get into Nate Eaton's recap. He does amazing recaps of the day. We're going to check that out as we get into the day. We know that court's not going to start on time, let's be honest. But, you know, we're always going to take you there as soon as it goes live. You know that as well. So we're going to go ahead and check out this video. I got a bunch of goodies. I'm going to be spending a lot of time with you in these breaks today. I got a lot of goodies for you. And there's another Asget Industries video we're going to check out too. So again, thank you for joining. Appreciate you very much. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And good morning. Have some coffee. Sit back. Let's listen to Nate Eaton break down yesterday. And what a day. Today, hopefully closing statements. But damn, we haven't even got to Reddington yet. Hopefully closing statements. We'll see. Love you guys. Appreciate you being here.
Day 20, we thought in Lindsay Clancy, we thought it might be the end of the witness testimony today. It wasn't. It's going to continue tomorrow. And then we'll probably have closing arguments on Thursday. We thought Monday, we thought Tuesday, we thought Wednesday, now Thursday, maybe Friday. I don't know. We'll see if this continues.
Right.
We'll get into all of the details.
There's no schedule.
Further, though, I want to bring...
And before we go any further, just remind you, this is at 1.25 speed. Just in case court starts on time, we have to be prepared for that. But we know, as always, they won't. And then there's a sidebar.
In a video clip that our Grace Wong got this morning. So Kevin Reddington, you know, is Lindsay Clancy's attorney, and a lot of attorneys will not stop and talk to the media outside the courthouse. They'll just go to their car and come back. Some enter a private entrance, not a private, but like a entrance that's kind of tucked away in the back or whatever. Kevin Reddington will engage with the media. He has been short, brief stuff. And this is what happened this morning. Take a look.
I generally don't talk about how players react to anything. You, let me tell you something.
Yes.
I don't want to talk to you again.
Why?
Because you are a biased weasel.
Not at all.
Okay?
Whoa.
Ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous.
Why?
Go
Yes.
read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
you said that
yesterday-
the jury was eating it up.
They
love
were.
him.
They were. You said
Stay
outside
away
he was a
from me.
nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that he
Wrong
was a good
guy.
guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
Whoa! Right? I didn't know this went down yesterday. What? Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. What? Whoa, what was this? Oh, that's that John. Oh, that's who this. Okay, so I see this guy coming up on YouTube all the time. John DePietro. John DePietro. I don't know. I just remember seeing him. I just remember seeing him pop up on my YouTube feed. This guy right here. This guy right here, John DePietro, or something like that. I don't know for sure. John DePietro, something like that. something. John does something. But damn. So yeah, I've been seeing, he's been reporting live. Listen, you're going to see us out there. We're never going to get these reactions from these people. I mean, this is disrespectful to anybody involved here. But damn, he must have been saying some shit. He must have been. Hold on, let me write this down. We're going to have to go into this tomorrow morning. Or maybe later on in the day if somebody wants to send me a clip and a timestamp. EvilleCJ at proton.me. We'll go into it on a break. I just won't have time to look it up while we're on trial. But damn, what the hell? What did he say?
It's you. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Yes. I don't want to talk to you again.
Why?
Because you are a biased weasel.
Not at all.
Okay?
That's
you
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
you said
yesterday,
that he was, the jury was eating it up.
They
You love
were.
him.
They were. You said
Stay
outside
away
he was a
from me.
nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that he
Wrong
was a good
guy.
guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
So he said the jury. So he said that the jury was eating up the testimony. Wow.
That's
You are.
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
It's you.
Yes.
Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I don't want to talk to you again.
Why?
Because you are a biased weasel.
Not at all.
Okay?
That's
you
ridiculous, Kevin.
Ridiculous?
Why? Yes.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
you said
yesterday,
that he was, the jury was eating it up.
They
You love
were.
him.
They were. You said
Stay
outside
away
he was a
from me.
nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you said outside that he
Wrong
was a good
guy.
guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
So that's what Kevin Reddington said on his way into the courthouse.
Wow.
The commentator did go on his Twitter later and say, listen, I have nothing against Kevin Reddington. I respect him. I've been covering him, and I've been fair in my analysis. But Kevin didn't like it. As Kevin was leaving this afternoon, Grace was able to catch up with him along with the other media. And there's a man that he stops to hug during the presser that I'll give you a little bit of background on in just a moment. But this is what Kevin Reddington said as he was leaving.
Well, it was fun this morning, a little boring this afternoon, but it went well.
What's your reaction to that you were hard on that first witness today?
Sorry?
That you were hard on that first witness today? People saying bullying or anything like that. What would you say?
They always say bullying. I don't think so. Maybe the guy's saying bad things about Lindsay, I was wishing different basis. So yeah, give him an angle.
What's your
How is
reaction
it
to
that all of these doctors have different diagnoses? They all have
What did I
different
tell you the
stories.
other day? Third floor, take a left, ask the DA. Stay with me. They can't get it straight.
Did he really only see Lindsay on Zoom, this last guy?
Yes. And this guy saw her on Zoom and he just saw her 2 months ago. He didn't even know she existed 2 months ago. Longer.
Wow.
What does it say about Zoom and mental health therapy?
Recollection of her voices.
Sorry?
What does it say about Zoom and mental health therapy?
Same thing about, was it television? No, not television. Telemedical. Yeah, telehealth. Yeah, same thing. Stupid.
Did you stick the ship in Kyle runs back today?
No.
What is Lindsay saying behind the scenes? What's she saying?
Seriously?
Yeah.
What's your reaction to the questioning of Lindsay Clancy's recollection of the voices by some of these experts?
I think it's ridiculous. You've got a young woman who's been through what she's been through with her emotion, with her postpartum depression, with her postpartum psychosis, with the over medication that she's been through, with every confusion. Thank you very much, Dr. Albert. That diagnosis, and these guys expect but she's going to recall every single thing she said 3 years ago. I can't remember what I said last week. It's ridiculous.
Do you think the jury's getting tired at this point? And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. I hope they're not. I hope they're not getting tired. They seem to be very attentive. They still seem to be extremely attentive. Incredible. So, I'm usually pretty quick. I don't know. This is got a lot of stuff. So. Oh no. Maybe like a half hour. Okay.
How about how Lindsay is holding up at this far into the trial?
Good stuff. She's the support is important to her, and she's a strong one.
Do you think it's that difficult to crush up pills like Dr. Sadoff said?
Why don't you ask the police who never tested it?
Sir, what do you think
Kevin, what lessons are gonna?
Why don't you ask the police? Why don't you ask the police who never tested it? I love this guy. This guy, he says it in a nice way. You know, you gotta love those people. They say it in a nice way. Let's trim the fat off the steak. You know what I'm saying? Trim the fat off the steak. Get to the point in a nice way, respectful way. That's what he does. Sounds like we'll fit it. I mean, the way it's been going, hell, we were supposed to be done with the trial by now. Verdict watch. Yeah. We'll see. Like I said, we still have Reddington, and then it's gonna go back to the Commonwealth. So it definitely could take all day. We'll see. I don't know. I'll tell you this. If they are able to be done by lunch, if they're able to be done by lunch break, then I think that they'll squeeze. Then I'll think that they'll squeeze the closing arguments in. If this witness goes past lunch, I see him doing closing arguments. They wait the rest of the day to see if the jury comes back with a verdict. If they don't come back with a verdict, we're back here again the next day. That's what I'm thinking. But we'll see. I mean, they're just like we'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. We'll be back in a few minutes, just like that. Not so much. We'll see. All right, we're going to get back to this. By the way, thank you for all the love and the continued support. Help us hit 18.5K today. We're only 98 subs away. Yeah, you're right. We're only on week 5, and the judge said 6 to 8, so that's promising. I mean, I guess I get where he said they're ahead of schedule, but I thought somebody said in the beginning this was going to be 4 to 6. Maybe I'm thinking of another trial. And if you're enjoying the live stream, help us help us reach more people. I need some more coffee. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends, and we appreciate you. All right, back to this recap.
The jury
And then-
going to consider?
Important day
What
today,
lessons
y'all.
are the jury going to consider?
That's up to the judge.
Okay. Are you going to get involuntary manslaughter, you think?
It's up to the judge. We ask him.
Do you want them to be sequestered for the deliberations?
Yeah, we don't sequester anymore. We used to. We don't anymore.
Sir, any comment on rumors regarding Patrick?
No, I don't deal with this.
You don't think there's any credibility to those theories?
See you guys later. Watch out.
Kevin, can you give us a preview to your approach for tomorrow's cross evidence?
I think I didn't stick around.
Jerry mad at my old buddy. Brockton Cop.
15-year reunion.
Nice to see you. Thanks for being here, brother.
I might be here tomorrow.
All right.
No, tomorrow.
No, Wednesday. All right. Thanks for coming,
Okay,
Jerry.
yep.
What is your reaction on the women who are showing their support to Lindsay Clancy?
I think there's a lot of women. I think there's a lot of men that are supporting Lindsay. And they're not, supporting criminal activity. They're supporting her as a person, knowing what she went through. For Lindsay Clancy, on January 24th, was Michael Lindsay Clancy just sitting in this court.
Sir, you don't think there's any credibility to the theories about Patrick that are being circulated by someone?
Good morning.
We're worrying about Lindsay right now. We're not worrying about rumors with Patrick. So we're thrilled on that.
I can't wait to be out there for JP Miller's trial. You guys see this beautiful microphone right here? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. JP Miller, we're going to be there, buddy.
All right, no problem.
Thank you,
All right, guys.
So the man in the video who Kevin Reddington hugged is named Jerry Mata. He's a friend of Reddington. They've known each other for years, former police officer. And Grace stopped to talk with him. We thought you might want to hear part of that interview. Here it is.
Tell me again how you know Kevin.
I met him 55 years ago in Brockton District Court. He was a rookie lawyer. I was detective of Brockton Police. And that's it. So I had to go overstay to meet him. And he was shocked that I was here. Oh,
He's a defense lawyer. Aren't you usually, as a police officer, testifying against somebody in his case?
Yeah, he and I fought all the time.
And what was he like as an opponent?
Very good, very diligent, you know. But I would always have the right evidence, so he didn't win too many then.
Did he win against you?
A few times. I reminded him of that. I told him 10 years ago, I called him up. I said, remember when I broke you in as a rookie? He's a good guy.
And what does he say?
He laughed, you know.
Is Jerry Mata, a friend of Kevin Reddington, lifelong friend, supporting his friend there at court today. So that's what happened outside of the courtroom. Now let's get to what happened inside of the courtroom. All right, Grace, day 20 of the trial. You were in the courtroom. What was your overall takeaway with what happened today?
Well, we're getting into the home stretch, Nate. This is going to be the last witness for the prosecution. It doesn't sound like there's going to be a serve rebuttal. Then I think it'll be case closed tomorrow, and we could be in closings on Thursday. And you know, that's when the jury will get the case with following the judge's instructions, and they'll begin deliberating.
So tell me, Grace, are we hearing anything new? I mean, we've heard a lot of this similar testimony from experts after experts after experts. I mean, any idea why you think the prosecution?
And we do have a StreamYard poll open. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type the number in chat to vote. The results are in the top right or the bottom for the vertical. And it is up to the second results. You can type in chat 1 for yes. You can type in chat 2 for no. And you can type in chat 3 for undecided. Let us know.
Decided to call this last final witness.
I think this last final witness is basically just reinforcing their position that Lindsay Clancy was and is criminally responsible for the deaths of her children. This particular witness is a forensic psychologist that has, unlike the previous witness, has had experience treating postpartum women who were incarcerated. And these are women that are children. And he treated them and group therapy sessions for them. So he has a little bit more experience with postpartum psychosis than the previous witness. And he didn't interview Lindsay Clancy as thoroughly as the other experts, but he did interview her on Zoom and gave details and what he thought was significant about what she could remember about the case. And basically, there are details that she doesn't remember, but what he found significant were the details that she omitted. Basically, you know, there were times when he asked her what she remembered about killing the children and how she managed to get the children to come down the stairs and how she separated them. She doesn't recall some of the details, but we do know that she killed Dawson first and then Cora second and the baby last. And specifically, he asked her how he convinced Dawson to come down the stairs. And he was just getting to the point where he was going to describe the resistance. You know, he was starting out by saying the children are very active. And I think he was going in the direction where you were going to hear about how Dawson resisted being strangled, because there is forensic evidence, there is autopsy, medical examiner evidence that was given about the bruising to him, which seemed to be a lot more intense than the other bruising on the other children. Obviously, the infant did not resist, but Dawson definitely resisted. And then he was, you know, that is testimony that the prosecution wants to elicit to show premeditation, to show the what they say was the atrociousness of the crime, the cruelty associated with the crime. And so that's important witness, that's important testimony for them. And of course, Kevin Reddington's going to argue that that's prejudicial. It's not necessary. He's already conceded that she killed the children. So the only reason for the details is just to prejudice his client, and to inflame the jury's passions.
Grace, the jury's been there 4.5 weeks. What was their read today? I mean, some of the testimony, you could say, dragged on a little bit, was a little bit slower than in days past. Again, we've heard a lot of this stuff before. Are they still in tune? Are they still focused?
I noticed, I thought they were getting a little tired with this witness. You know, he was very slow and deliberate in his delivery, and I saw them like not taking notes anymore. And whereas, you know, in the previous witness, Dr. Heilburn, they were taking, a lot of them who I'd seen not taking notes were taking copious notes. And this time it seemed like they kind of gave themselves a rest after Halbrand's testimony. So I think they're still engaged, but definitely it was a good time to call it a night, because it's a lot of very, it's a lot of very dense testimony that they have to follow. And I think they needed a rest from it. And I think the judge sensed that and called it a break just when he did.
Grace, one of the things I wanted to ask you, we played it earlier, the clip of Kevin Reddington walking into court this morning. He, it's not often that attorneys will stop and talk to the media during trials. He's given a few comments here and there, kind of walking to his car and back and forth. But he stopped and had some harsh words for a commentator that was out there. You caught the whole thing on camera. Any background, any idea what that was about?
Well, John DePietro is a bit of a fixture in terms of local trials. He's local here in the Boston area and the Plymouth area, and he has been attending the trials in person. He was at Reed every day, and he's a commentator. He calls it as he sees it, and he and Kevin's kind of got into it because he didn't like what John DePietro said. He's very opinionated, and Kevin is a zealous advocate for his client. He doesn't like to hear anything that would go against his case. I mean, you heard him today say the only negative thing that anybody has said about Lindsay Clancy, every witness that's brought up here said she was a good mother. The only negative thing that you've heard is from these two. And he points to the two prosecutors. And of course, that drew an objection, and the judge sustained the objection. But he really does not like any attacks on the case, on his client. And he doesn't receive it very well. And that's what you saw today was him taking John to task about what he said. John calls it the way he sees it.
Okay, so tomorrow they'll wrap up with the witness. Kevin Reddington will have his turn for questioning. Then there can be rebuttal questioning. And then everybody rests, we assume. And then the judge will dismiss everybody. And then Thursday will be closings. So the jury could have this case Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, Thursday afternoon. I don't anticipate Kevin's closing is going to go much longer than an hour. And the prosecution the same, except they do get an open and a rebuttal argument. So they go 12. And I did hear from Kevin that today what he said was that there's still a very important decision that the judge has to make in terms of the charges that will go to the jury. Kevin has asked for involuntary manslaughter, and that is based on involuntary intoxication. And if he gets that, and if the jury finds that this is an involuntary manslaughter case, that reduces the penalty significantly. She won't be facing life in prison without parole if she is convicted. So that is an important decision the judge has to make. He hasn't made it yet. And also the other question about whether the jury is going to be sequestered during deliberations, Kevin said that they won't do that, or at least he is not going to lobby for it. So the jury's going to be free to come and go during deliberations, and they will probably deliberate for as long as they want to be on their own schedule. At least that's been the case for most deliberations. We'll see about this case. The courthouse does close at a certain hour, and they don't like to go past 5 o'clock.
Yeah. All right, Grace, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. So there's where we are at now with the Lindsay Clancy trial. And let me just get straight to it. What happened today? We had more high stakes testimony, tense testimony with the doctor who said that Lindsay killed her kids in altruistic filicide. We broke that down yesterday. The last witness and expert said that a male voice, Lindsay hearing this voice to commit the murders, telling her to commit these murders, was unusual. And then the debate over outside voices versus inside voices was also discussed. Dr. Kirk Helborn, a forensic psychologist, returned to the witness stand for the Commonwealth. He was on the stand first thing this morning. Here are a couple of photos from today from Gregory Durr from the Patriot Ledger. He picked up his testimony from yesterday. He interviewed Clancy for 3 days early this year, spent about 10 hours with her. He said the most likely reasons she killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan were either altruistic filicide, which is an act of love, so they see it, so those people that do it see it that way, or peritraumatic disassociation, which is a protective mental response where a person feels disconnected from their body, reality, or emotions during or immediately after a traumatic event. So a person experiences a traumatic event and they feel disconnected from their body or reality or their emotions following that traumatic event. He was ruling out reports of her hearing male voices on January 26th of 2023 or January 24th because he felt her retelling of that day to other medical providers wasn't accurate.
Did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say. That there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
Well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too...
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please, okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
I'm sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And in the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms. Yeah.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So we're going to move to strikers at this point.
No, overruled. I'll allow.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself, is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
Now, the doctor also noted that at 5:33 that day, the day that Lindsay killed the kids, Patrick called her while he was out on errands, and the call was missed, but then she called him back. We've heard about that. The doctor said it was very, very unusual during a crucial time, killing your children, to have the act be interrupted by a phone call and have the person take the call. The prosecutor then asked him about comments Clancy made about her future and what it would look like. He reiterated yesterday's testimony, saying although she was suffering with a severe mental defect, she was still criminally responsible because she knowingly disobeyed the laws of right and wrong.
Comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future-oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children. Bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms. And there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And Doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Just sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform a conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
Now it was time for cross-examination. Kevin Reddington brought up Dr. Helburn, stating that Lindsay made conflicting statements in the hospital and questioned her state of mind. His ability to determine her mental state came from an evaluation that was done 3 years after the murders. Kevin Reddington has repeatedly said this, like, when did you evaluate her? Okay, 3 years after the murder, 3 years after the crime. And he's had questions with that timeline. Watch.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is...
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
What I intended to say...
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
No.
Now, is Dr. Helbrun aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrun aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
I'm using the term loosely, medical practice, to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Reddington went on to point out that the doctor made $54,000 as the Commonwealth's expert to analyze the case. He asked the doctor if he had ever treated a postpartum woman suffering from psychosis, and he said back in 1982, so 44 years ago. Reddington pointed out to the jury that Lindsay was a good wife, a good mother who sang to her children every night the Rascal Flatts song. He worked his way up to the doctor's diagnosis of her, and his attention to whether the voice in Lindsay's head came from an outside source, someone else, or if it was her own intrusive thoughts. That was the question.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions on a number of occasions,
Sir,
if
what
I might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times?
Yes.
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
That's what she said.
Now, Kevin Reddington went on to say that December 15th of 2022 was one of the worst days of Lindsay Clancy's life. It was so bad, her thoughts were so bad, her husband, Patrick, took her to the hospital. But the expert referred to this issue as general anxiety, not postpartum. Not so much the postpartum. He said it was more of an overall anxiousness about life, not postpartum. He did agree with Reddington that her insomnia is a serious health issue that can lead to psychosis, having psychotic thoughts and different psychosis issues. But when it came time to his decision-making, he said in part, the first words spoken to Patrick after the window jump, after she jumped out of the window, Reddington questioned the source of information where the doctor got his information and pointed out inaccuracies.
One of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what he told the jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, what did you do? And she said, I tried to kill myself. And then he said, where are the kids? And she said, in the basement.
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
A tense, heated cross-examination continued in Reddington. He had quite a dramatic verbal command asking the expert to look at Lindsay Clancy while answering his questions.
She had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir. Your word, sir, for late January.
If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah, good. Next question. Good.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
sorry?
Okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Did you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
You believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January. I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Halbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes.
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you. I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark, and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud, and I mean that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Now, another small part, but actually could be a big thing, but you decide, and we'll see if the jury decides. Reddington caught the doctor giving some inaccurate information and started to question his credibility. The doctor said he worked with and wrote a paper about women with postpartum psychosis decades ago, but in fact, turns out he didn't. It was later revealed to be about people with schizophrenia. In redirect by the Commonwealth, and then Reddington again, he was again asked about auditory command hallucinations, and the doctor did not believe that Lindsay experienced any the day that she killed her kids. After Reddington asked if he thought Lindsay was being honest with him and how she tested on the honesty tests, the scales, this was the response.
Can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's outside, way outside the scope of questions.
Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command, telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I had a standing objection to the leading judge. This is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no?
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it does have an
measures-
L scale.
That measures if a person, to you, as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's much
Okay, the answer is
closer
yes.
to
The
that.
answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and, as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes, I did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick, talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the
No,
things.
not what us researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No. And then the doctor was done testifying. You want to watch the whole thing? We've got it. You can go watch the whole thing. Interesting back and forth. I said earlier, I was interviewed on a radio show, that we're hearing a lot of the same things now. I mean, we've watched it. You've watched it. I've watched it. The jury's in the courtroom. We're hearing it's coming down to, what expert do you believe? These experts say this. These experts say this. Who do you believe? Who do you really, truly believe? And the prosecution is really trying to drill their point home, as Grace said earlier. They called one more witness, another doctor, Gregory Sathoff, a
Thank you so much, Shane, for the 10 jewels gold coin. Thank you so much. Come on, StreamYard. Let's get these emojis showing up on these comments, too. Thank you again for the contribution. And what about this guy yesterday? We're going to be seeing more of him today, Gregory Sathoff. Going to be seeing more of his testimony today. What you think of him? I just went, oh, another expert witness not qualified for the specific nature of this case. Another one.
Psychiatrist who works with the Behavioral Analyst Division.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We are waiting for court to resume. As soon as it gets live and they're on camera, we're going to take you there. We know there's going to be a sidebar. We're going to bring you back to this. And then after they come back, then we're going to bring you back. That's how it goes every morning.
Analysis with the FBI. He's evaluated up to 7 women who have killed their children. His forensic psychiatry has examined many other cases as a forensic psychiatrist for criminal responsibility, and that's what he was tasked to do in this case. He started off by describing what psychosis is: auditory or visual hallucinations, delusions which are fixed false beliefs, and difficulty communicating. He says it's very possible to be psychotic with just one of these symptoms. He interviewed Lindsay on 2 occasions for a total of 11 hours. It was done via Zoom because he couldn't travel. And then he also interviewed Patrick Clancy. Dr. Saftoff said the voices in her head occurred when she was in the kitchen, making her kids dinner the night that Patrick was out running errands.
When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children. Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
The doctor went on to say that it's rare to hear an audio command hallucination only one time and not before or after the incident, similar to what other witnesses have said. Midway through his testimony, Reddington requested a hearing to investigate the expert's credentials. The judge took note of it, and then the doctor continued. He went into detail about why he didn't believe the audio command hallucinations. He cites Lindsay being able to do the tasks needed to kill the kids and attempted to take her own life. And he pointed out something mundane and small, like crushing up the pills she took before cutting herself, was an important piece of information in his evaluation of her mental state.
Crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process.
Okay. I do need to pause it right there because I do have to say we heard it from Kevin Reddington in one of the interviews that we watched this morning where that was not tested from the police. And I have to sit here and wonder, like, how in the hell was a powdery substance that was used to make a pain pill crushed? It wasn't even tested. Like, they didn't even test to see if it was some other powdery substance. That I found very weird yesterday. Let me know what you think in chat. By the way, we do have a StreamYard poll up. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type the number in chat to vote. You can type 1 in chat to vote for yes. You can type 2 in chat to vote for no. You can type 3 in chat for undecided, and just keep in mind with StreamYard live polls, just type the number only, and that's the only way the vote will register. I don't know. Maybe they can update their stuff at some point. And I do have to say thank you so much for the continued love and support. Help us hit the 18.5K goal for today. We are only 87 subs away. You can help us by doing that if you haven't subscribed yet. And please hit the like. As soon as court goes live, you know it. As soon as they go live, we're going to bring you there. Then they're going to have a sidebar. Then we're going to bring you back here. And then as soon as they come back from the sidebar, then we're going to bring you back over here. But until they go live, we're going to stick around on this recap. We just got a couple minutes left. And if they're still not live by the time we're done with this recap, we're going to go back to what we were covering in the beginning of this show today, the green strike oppose lady in court that got fired. We're going to watch a little something on that too. If you're just joining, make sure you always check out the intros that we have for you. We like to break some stuff down for you. Plus yesterday I did a little breakdown of how Dr. Kirk threw out the mortal sin on purpose. You'll have to check that out if you haven't seen that yet as well. Thank you for being here. Good morning. And it's going to be a hell of a day today. Thank you for being here with us.
So, and she also did not, it was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked. And she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about how what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan upstairs? And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
And that was pretty much the end of today. The witness will be back on the stand tomorrow to have cross-examination, and with the Commonwealth too continuing to question, and then witness testimony should be done. So that is where we stand for now, and we will see where the case goes from here.
All right. So we are going to go ahead and switch to this now. We covered this in the beginning of the show. Let me bring that poll down. We'll go ahead and put that away. The poll will still be up the whole time we're doing the show. So I'll still mention from time to time about the poll question and what you can type in chat to vote. Now, this is regarding the green dress lady here. Strike oppose. We went into this morning. Oh, hold on a minute. We'll get back to that
represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington,
when we have a
Commonwealth
sidebar.
Represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
Good
Sidebar.
morning, Ms. Clancy.
Sidebar.
All right. Before we start, can I
Yep.
see everybody at sidebar?
Yep, sidebar. All right, we're going to sidebar. Work at it like clockwork. All right, we're going to check out this video real quick. We know damn well it ain't going to be more than 6 minutes. So here's more on Green's strike oppose.
All right, well, there's more drama from the Lindsay Clancy trial after Vanity Fair reporter Brittany Romano went viral for smiling and winking at court television cameras despite the horrific details of the case. Another plot twist, Romano grew up with Clancy. Following backlash, Vanity Fair revoked Romano's credential, citing, quote, clear conflicts with our editorial standards and processes. This latest drama comes just days before deliberations begin. Joining us now is Daily Wire opinion writer Chloe Trapanato. Chloe, great to see you. So this is a very serious case. There were 3 children who were murdered, suffocated to death, and yet you have this reporter acting like a clown and getting her credentials revoked in the courtroom.
Yeah, well, first of all, Katie, thank you for having me. It is great to see you. And it's sad that we have to talk about such a disgusting and disturbing topic. So first of all, when I watched this clip, she could be starring in the next Smile 3 sequel. I mean, this woman just looked very creepy right off the bat. But like you mentioned, this is a very disturbing case. Obviously, 3 children were strangled for 4 minutes each. And here she is just smiling in the courtroom. And it's not one of those instances where you're feeling awkward, so you accidentally crack a smile or make a weird joke. She is seriously just grinning ear to ear for over 30 seconds. So I'm very glad that her credentials have been stripped away. But then you have other potential jurors in the room that literally had to leave before trial started today because they were so disturbed by this case. So it's super unsettling to see a woman who is her friend also covering this. Seems like some journalistic bounds were crossed there. I'm glad she's getting removed. And it just goes to show how toxic this online culture surrounding this case has become.
From a journalistic perspective, as a reporter going into a courtroom to allegedly cover this murder case, despite knowing or growing up with the person on trial, the accused, she says that she was smiling because her dad had seen her on TV and said that she looked too sad. Why is she allowing her father to talk about how she should behave inside of a courtroom where we're talking about the murder of children? I mean, from just a professionalism standpoint, this is a basic thing to do.
I think all parents right now should be checking in on their kids and making sure that they're not doing things like that and not posting.
But is she a kid? Like, she's an adult, right? I mean, she is clearly an adult. Why is your dad telling you how to behave inside the courtroom?
Exactly. And I think we just need more eyeballs on what these children who are not growing up to be adults, on what they're doing, especially online.
Okay. We're going to talk some more about that here in a little bit, court's back, but is it that big of a deal? She just smiled. Damn her. Damn her. I don't know. Is it that big?
Before the court today, we have the
I love you
continuation
guys.
of the
Here we
jury
go.
trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by
I love
Attorney
you
Kevin
guys.
Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more onto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. and then we will do hopefully arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and commitment in following those instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for the 10 jewels. Hiding. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. By the way, again, we are going to be having our Your Verdict live call-in show during the verdict watch. Closing arguments tomorrow. We heard the judge. We'll see if it happens.
All right. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. All right. Tree Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading by objector that have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase it.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there three parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And the third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand. And of course, the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was would be a burden for anyone. And certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide but struggling with that 3rd capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself. in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect. And I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar II diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria. If she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar 2, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effects, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, you know, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a layperson calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was she did not. I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she never ended up taking that, but. As a clinician, we do our best to try and treat symptoms.
So, Doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No.
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
Correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as EvilleCJ.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No.
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
Not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement. And according to Mr. Clancy, the door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
we have a question. Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at what, 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife and she did not pick up, she did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond. And so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, I mean, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Reddington. Thank you. All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom.
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years.
That's right.
To being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
Well, I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison, yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes.
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
Correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming month. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that In the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
I know that.
Most of my work has been with state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes.
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
No.
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university, or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they wanted to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe
So these
for
are
them
your
to come back.
students. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay. These are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No.
No, you work for the school, right?
Correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you got federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force. You're in the assessment unit?
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection.
No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest in writing about what they're focused on?
So a peer review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better publication.
I don't think the Enquirer is peer reviewed, but.
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Well, that copy is being made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside the peer review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute, papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence and empirical study. Is that similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally, that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis guide of psychoactive drugs and poisons for the crisis negotiation unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International handbook of threat assessment, right? Yes. Protection of children during armed political conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The negotiator's guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the negotiator's guide to psychoactive drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The negotiator's guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus?
Correct. Well,
I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not
I'm
not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're trying to help people that are being kidnapped
On a bridge, in crisis,
yeah,
something like that. So,
just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
Correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the two people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated two people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct characterization.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I read your resume, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients, and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were...
No.
Oh, was it?
In a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career, men and women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
You aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology, and then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago that you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum, is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off this, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with her 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those 2 drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine if, in fact, that person is suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression. Years and years ago.
Postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum depression?
I'm asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No, it's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50? Or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale. So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was a 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increase as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman, the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand?
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help, in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No.
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
Correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes.
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
In very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes.
And that means what?
It is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah. It's certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just says to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as
Wow, that was crazy. All right, we're just waiting for their live feed to get back here. Something happened with their feed. Not sure what. I doubt they're going to pause court, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when they come back. So it'll come back up here. Let me see here. What's up, Queen Bee? Can someone please give me a quick lowdown of what happened? Was someone, well, this is the Lindsay Clancy case. By the way, there is that playlist link for you. You can watch all the days in order. It is a playlist for you all. Basically, Lindsay Clancy, a mother of 3 children, murdered her young children and tried to commit suicide and had postpartum depression that turned into postpartum psychosis. So it's not a trial of whether she did it or not. She's admitted that she committed the crime. It's whether it was insanity. And so that's what's being argued for this trial. What's up, T and Tattler? That's a cool name. And thank you for the 5 jewels treat. Here, I'm sure soon StreamYard will come out with some update where it'll show those cool emojis that they show. Thank you for the jewels. Thank you all for the jewels during the trial. I don't want to talk over the people, so I always like to thank you in chat during those moments. I do want to thank you for all the jewels today and the contributions. All right, a component doctor should, yeah. This doctor, man, wasn't that last long pause? Wasn't that uncomfortable? Man, I can't imagine. Like, I'm surprised the judge didn't come in and like say it's a yes or no question. Like, that guy took forever to freaking answer the question. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, damn, that's a career ender. And you know, a couple days ago, the defense motioned for a mistrial. Okay, we know that. The whole mortal sin, we do have a show put together for you. We're going to wait for the trial to get over. We got a couple post-trial shows that we're going to do. One of them is the mortal sin. I went through it yesterday morning. If you didn't get to check out yesterday's trial, right in the very beginning, I broke down how it was on purpose from Dr. Kirk when he mentioned the mortal sin word. But we're going to be having a couple post shows, and then also we're going to be getting ready for our new trial that we're going to be covering on Monday. So 8 a.m. Eastern, Florida versus Kirsten Brigden. And it's the Microsoft executive murder for hire. The wife, or the ex, I should say, the new husband and the ex-wife, well, basically the ex-wife and the Microsoft executive, Jared, they were having some custody issues. And then all of a sudden, kapoo, he's dead. So the boyfriend / husband of the current, the ex-wife, you know what I'm saying, her, Kirsten. That trial's going on right now. So before we start the trial on Monday for that case, we're going to be doing a catch-up on the boyfriend / husband and his trial that's going on right now. They're tried separately. We're not covering the husband, but we are going to be covering Kirsten, the wife. So that'll be starting Monday, August 31st, 8 a.m. Eastern. Come join. And we might have 2 live trials going on at the same time, because we might be still
express concerns that she was not following a plan, and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. That's
right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November. These people, and other emergency room visits that she had. She was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, a psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner Gelada and counselor that worked in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but.
Did they help her?
Pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient.
Oh, my Lord. Come on. Their feed's messing up again. It'll be back here in a second. I want to say thank you for the continued love and support. Help us hit the 18.5K goal for the day. Only 20 subs away, y'all. Have been blowing it away. Crazy. It's only 11 in the morning, and you guys are only 20 subs away from the goal today. Thank you so much for the love and continued support. We're going to be obviously live right when they come back up here.
Impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Sharon?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from women and infants in terms of their decision-making.
Okay. And women and infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes.
And she did, didn't she?
Yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments, yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. She was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
No.
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Those are in the records, right?
Correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes.
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
The homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to healthcare providers.
You finished answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes.
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
Did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground? Did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts to your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
Certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors, that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
100%. 100%.
I wasn't aware that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal. And she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through, who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her healthcare providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you could form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
Oh my Lord, this is getting crazy. This is, I mean,
I know that they were not
oh my God, this is so wild. Ever since
responsive
day
to
15.
her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape? Or
That's right.
How do you
Cringe.
know that?
Cringe is the perfect word. Cringe. Oh my God.
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
Oh
so
my
this,
God.
sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire, that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
You couldn't ask for a better witness for the defense on the way out. Swish. Swish. Oh my God. Swish.
I can't tell you
Swish.
exactly. Within
You
the
sent
record.
it. You sent in your third
How about the
stringers.
second time she called us?
This is
Why
what
would she call
happens.
Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time?
You're seeing the last
In your
minute of the
opinion, as
game,
a
ladies and
psychiatrist.
gentlemen. The last
Looking
minute
for
of the
help?
game.
Continuing to seek help.
Swish.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
Oh,
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Wow.
Objection.
Overruled.
Wow. Wow.
It could have a
Overruled.
very serious effect.
Oh my Lord.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma-aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma-aminobutyric BULRYC acid. It's got nothing to do with Lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain? That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know?
No.
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
He's like, do you want to keep going? Do you want to keep going? Dude is cooked. Dude is cooked. Thank you, Queen. Appreciate the jewels. StreamYard needs to update it so we can get those emojis showing up on the screen too. Yeah, that's a good comment there, Lonnie. Reddington has a whole new education with this trial, and I appreciate it so much. I appreciate his dedication. She needed someone like him, and I'm happy she got him. Very true. Like, I never knew who Reddington was before this trial started. And I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't even know I didn't know much about postpartum depression. I mean, I obviously knew that it was after you have a baby and stuff like that, the basics, but I didn't know that there was even a different, plus psychosis. I didn't even know about postpartum psychosis. Didn't even know it was a thing. And so the awareness, the knowledge that is coming through with this trial, and not only that, but I think this is going to be one of those trials that is watched for a long time. Not just with all of the circumstances and stuff, but also the back and forth with the prosecution. It almost came to a mistrial. Um, you know, just all these different testimonies and stuff. And so it's been a very interesting trial, that's for sure. And it's going to be an interesting verdict too. We're going to have a question up tomorrow about the verdict, and then also after closing arguments and while we're doing a verdict watch, that's when we're going to take live calls. So make sure you're subbed up. If you're not, come back, make sure you're hanging out. And if you're interested in calling in, we're going to be having your verdict. You can let us know what your verdict is. This is the latest poll, day 21. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type 1 in chat for yes. You can type 2 in chat for no. You can type 3 in chat for undecided. This is up to the second result so far. We got yes at 14%, no at 64%, and undecided is 21%. So that's why, there's some more votes there. So it's updating right there for you as you vote. We're going to be having the question tomorrow when it comes to the verdict, and let us know what you thought. This is going to be going the whole day today, so if you don't want to vote yet, you want to take your time and wait till the end of the day 21, you can do that too. You can definitely wait. It's going to be a poll that's open all day. Now, I got something special for you. I was talking about when I broke down how this mortal sin was on purpose. Okay. So if you go to the live stream of yesterday, and here's the link for it, I put a timestamp in the comment section of the breakdown. So if you wanted to click on it yourself, you can. It's at the 17-minute, 24-second part of yesterday's show. So while we have this short break, I got something special coming up for you at lunch. So stick around, even though there's a lunch break. During this quick break, we're going to check out my breakdown yesterday with Rosie. Shout out Rosie Overtime. If you're not subscribed to Rosie, here's her link, one of our live reporters here at the network, and I really appreciate everything that she does. There's her link. Not feeling good today, so prayers for Rosie. She's feeling under the weather. So she was supposed to be here with us today, but she's not feeling good. So send some prayers and love for Rosie. And if you're not subbed up, please do. But I'm going to show you guys this breakdown here of why the mortal sins, and we're going to have a big show on this coming up too. The mortal sins, it was on purpose. The defense motioned for a mistrial because of this guy right here. Now, the whole mortal sin, it was brought up. Do you remember what day that was, Rosie? It was the mother-in-law testifying.
Yeah, that was day 15.
Day 15.
Yeah.
And as soon as the prosecution mentioned mortal sin, judge shut it down. Okay. So when this happened this time, I think the judge was shocked. Now, I don't know if anybody else noticed this when this guy was speaking, and I'm going to break it down for you this morning. He knew what he was doing. And the reason I say that is because I caught when he was going to say it the first time. So he was actually going to say it. And you know that feeling like when you're speaking in public and you get nervous and you get like that choked up feeling in your throat. And sometimes it's hard to talk because you're so nervous. That's what he did. And then after he regained his composure, he went ahead and threw it right out there. Now, we know that Mr. Kirk and we know Mr. Mack, we know that they work for the prosecution, they're prosecution's witness. They are on a relationship level. They have conversations outside the office, outside trial. They had a long weekend. We heard Reddington in the morning with Mr. Mack asking him, "Oh, you didn't have anybody tell you this weekend that you made a huge mistake?" You know, I already had a feeling. It's like I said yesterday when this went down. Last week, I had a feeling after Dr. Zeisel and his testimony, day one, day two, I'm like, damn, prosecution just got waxed, you know? And then I'm like, man, but there's still many witnesses left. How are they going to come back from Dr. Zeisel? And so that's when it started entertaining in my brain. Like, I wonder, because they're immature as shit. We've been seeing it the whole time, the prosecution. I said to myself then, I wonder if it continues to go downhill, are they going to throw some spike strips out so they don't lose? Because they're that arrogant, they're that egotistical, where they can't lose. They'd rather throw some spike strips out there and turn around and act like they didn't do it so they didn't have to lose. And so it makes me wonder, because there was conversations already going on from the prosecution about religion and all this other stuff, Catholicism. Then you got Mr. Mack getting waxed on day one. Reddington told him all the different mistakes that he blew from day one testimony. Reddington was bringing it up yesterday. So they already knew. That's why Reddington again asked him, you didn't have anybody tell you that you effed up on testimony? That you said this and that's not what it is? Like, you didn't have anybody tell you. And so it makes me wonder, did Mr. Mack, did Mr. Kirk, did the prosecution have a little powwow this weekend and say, guess what? She should be going to prison for the rest of her life, and we need to make sure. And you know what? If we need to throw some spike strips out there so we can get another go round at it to make sure, then let's do that. And I think that's what took place. Not that Mr. Kirk here was coerced into doing it. I think, because listen to how they both talk about Lindsay. Like, how could you say these things about somebody that's going through this stuff and you're like, oh yeah, I didn't see any signs of it. She didn't have any psychotic episodes. Like, what are you talking about? So they obviously have that egotistical drive to make sure that this woman suffers in prison the rest of her life, right? They all got that vibe with how they talk in testimony, the stuff they've been saying, not even qualified for half the stuff. That's why I'm sitting back going, okay, I already thought this last week. Now you see what's happened. We saw Reddington tear the shit out of Mac. Part 2. He was getting ready to do Mr. Kirk. You know, because it was getting towards the end of Mr. Kirk's testimony for the prosecution. He didn't even have, okay, I'm going to throw it out there while I get my chance. And I think I honestly think he was meaning to throw it out there other times. We're going to break these doctors' testimonies down together in a show in the future. We're going to go through the whole thing, and I'll show you different points where I think he was, because he's got little movements in his mouth, and he moves a certain way when you can tell. It's a sign. I think he was trying to say it before plenty of times, and he just couldn't. And finally, when he got to this slide, because there was slides that were in there that weren't supposed to be in there, and there wasn't slides that he talked about that weren't in there. So it was not organized, and I think that was done on purpose too. Oh, I didn't mean to let that slip in. My bad. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, on purpose, because they knew they were going to lose this. Throw these spike strips out there because we need to make sure that she goes to jail the rest of her life. So I'm going to break this down here, just this little clip. Just a little clip. And I'm going to show you right before he said it, when you knew he was about to say it, he wanted to say it, he couldn't say it, he couldn't even find the word to finish, because he was going to end it with mortal sin. Check this out.
Who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that.
Okay, so when you see this go to God baby, an expectation that she and her children would be together in heaven. Now, go to God baby is quotes that were already admitted as evidence. So that's not the issue. The expectation that she and her children would be together in heaven, that is an assumption. It's a good assumption, but at the same time, it's an assumption. That's not a quote. Hi, baby. Baby snuck in. Damn, baby angel snuck in. Is she gonna sneak back out?
That's funny.
I'm shocked. Damn it, she found a way to get in here. Oh no. Okay, give me.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Oh,
Hi,
okay.
baby. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Hi, baby. Come here. You want to say hi? No, she's. Hi, baby. Yeah, she wants to do what she wants to do. All right. But anyway, an expectation that she and her children would be together in heaven. That's an assumption. It's not like she's told Dr. Ziesel, it's so me and my daughter, my children can be in heaven. That was an assumption. So, and that wasn't even, the judges wasn't even having an issue with that. It's just with what he said. And this is why, as soon as it was said yesterday, I was like, oh no, religion is not good right here.
Yeah.
Because we already saw what happened. The prosecution, Jennifer, said the words mortal sin to Patrick's mother during her testimony. You know, asked her, well, would you agree that it's a mortal sin? And judge shut it down. So this right here is where it starts.
In the course of strangling each child, she said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand,
It's muted if you're speaking.
Sorry. So this is the spot right here that I'm talking about. Right here is where he was getting ready to say mortal sin. He could not get the confidence up to get it out because he knew the impact that it would make. It's a huge weight on your shoulder. You know the impact. You know what you're going to do. You know what you're about to do. You know what's going to happen. There's a lot of pressure. He couldn't get the word out, but he does a second later, and that's when the judge is like, looks at Reddington first, then looks over at Kirk, and then looks back over at Reddington, because you can hear as soon as he said the word mortal sin, you can hear Reddington put his hand down on the table, like you're putting a pen down on there, because you know, okay, this is bull crap. All right, so watch. Now you know the spot. We're gonna go back to where it gets brought up, and you'll see he'll be and then he comes up with some other. No, watch.
She said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic consideration.
See, he was trying to say it, trying to. Oh shit! I lost my chance. I lost my chance. Then he's gonna just seconds later, he's gonna say
that they would suffer.
He knew what he was doing, ladies and gentlemen. He knew what he was
further
doing.
evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, go to God, baby, go to God. And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
There it is, and then watch the judge. Now he looks, as soon as it said, he looks right at Reddington. Right at Reddington.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Wow. Yeah,
We'll do it.
definitely. I agree with you.
We'll do it one more time. We got more stuff because we're going to tell you why he knew what he was doing, okay? So this is just the first part. And we're, like I said, we're going to break down both the doctors' interviews just by themselves. We got different shows coming up after the trial's over. And I'm going to show you, there was plenty of times he wanted to say mortal sin. He just couldn't get the confidence to do it until right then. One more
When
time.
asked about what happened, is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but
You're muted.
He was supposed to be saying Catholics consider it a mortal sin, and that's where all the fumbaloos came because of
Yeah.
his nervousness.
Yeah.
Catholics consider it a mortal sin. He couldn't get it out.
and that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Yeah. And then he looks right at Reddington. Oh, hold on. And then he looks right at Reddington. He tried to say it 2 times in there, and he couldn't, because he was nervous. This is why he knows what he's doing, okay? Dr. Kirk Helbrun testifies in court frequently as highly experienced expert witness over the course of his extensive career as a clinical and forensic psychologist. He has testified as an expert approximately 330 times. Whoops, where are we at here? Oh my Lord, it's going crazy. Approximately 330 times. There is no way in hell that this gentleman does not know what the hell you can say, what you can't say, the impact, and what it can create.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that I think that him and Dr. Mack and the prosecution got together, it was so the prosecution could say what they said when they came back from break. That when they came to this slide, if I can get it on there. One second. That when it came to this slide, well, the slide doesn't say anything about mortal sin, Your Honor, and we didn't ask him the question to lead into the mortal sin comment, Your Honor, so it wasn't our fault, Your Honor. Your Honor, we already got in trouble for the mortal sin comment before. Of course, we're not going to do it again, Your Honor, because we already got in trouble. Now, if Dr. Kirk would have used another term, okay. But when you use the specific term that got court shut down days earlier, hello, you know damn well what the hell you're doing in courts, sir, in trials. 330 times has testified. There is no way in hell you just made a mistake. This is blatant. This is obvious. It's immature. It's a tactic that was being used by the prosecution because they were getting their ass handed to them and they didn't want to lose. Dr. Kirk says, look, I'm going to be retiring soon. I've already testified over 330 times. I'm just going to ride off into the sunset. Let me do the noble thing for all of us and put myself down on the sword so we can all make sure that this ends in a mistrial so we can have another go round at it so the right thing can happen, right? Like that's this little powwow meeting.
Yeah.
Dr. Kirk is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Let them blame me for the mistrial. Let me get bashed on media for being the reason it was. Let me do it. They'll forget about it. It's ridiculous. That's what I think. That's what I think went down, because when we go to day 15, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Do you have day 15 all ready to go?
Yes. Well, I can in a second.
Okay, one second. Because if you go to the 30-minute and 37 timestamp of the Associated Press day 15 live stream, 30 minutes and 37 seconds, you go right there, you'll see exactly what we're talking about. How does the prosecution not they know because they tried to pull this stuff before and none of their little tactics were working. Objection denied. Objection denied. We're going to drag stuff on and on and on. It's going to be interesting to see what happens today. Now, we know that Reddington motioned for a mistrial yesterday. The judge denied it. Now, the only way that the appeal can happen, because he can appeal, but it would be after Lindsay would be found guilty, if she's found guilty, which honestly, I don't think the religious thing is going to come into it. But at the same time, I don't know the jury pool. I don't know if they're mostly Catholic. Now in Boston, there's a lot of Catholic. So that could be a huge, Massachusetts is a lot predominantly Catholic. That could be a huge thing for this jury. So I don't know the criteria. Maybe they wanted to have, there's got to be at least one Catholic on the jury, I would assume. And so maybe it can have a humongous effect on the outcome. And so under the Massachusetts criminal procedure, a defendant cannot pause an active trial to appeal a standard procedural ruling or a denied motion for a mistrial. Instead, the issue is preserved for a potential post-verdict appeal. So it's not like we're going to be going into court today and we're not going to have a trial and the judge, he denied it. So the trial's moving on. There's going to be more questioning going today. He's going to ask the jury to never mind that. But the thing is it does set up, because even though Reddington didn't want to, he had to motion for the mistrial. But the thing is if she is found guilty, you can guarantee she's going to get a new trial like that. It ain't going to It ain't going to be like these other cases. That with this happening in this trial two times, with it happening in this trial, I guarantee you, as soon as there would be an appeal filed, automatic, yep, let's do it. We're going again. Because there is no way that they're going to deny an appeal based off of what happened yesterday, Rosie. There's no way, especially after they showed what they showed here, which you're going to show us. You're going to see how they already acted on day 15. It's no wonder the judge was so pissed yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the first instance of it, which was day 15, 18th of August. And you can see it's like the same wording. It's everything.
Thank you, Rosie.
Her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
Right away it took place.
Mm-hmm.
So when we go back to this one and we see how quick this happened.
When asked about what happened, is that in the course of strangling each child, she said,
We will continue that video. We are back from court here. 1 second.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
There we go. Sorry about that. We'll go back to that video after this is over.
Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
17 minutes and 24 seconds said the link. I'll drop it again for you.
All right. Jurors enter.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We got some special shows coming up after the trial's over. We got a new trial starting Monday, August 31st, 8 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're subbed up, have the notification bells turned to all, and come hang out with us on this new trial that we're going to be starting. Appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you for your company and your conversation.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma-aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis when it's too high. We need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say it's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about,
Oh, my Lord, they're having more issues with their feed, ladies and gentlemen. Just hang tight with us. It will be back as soon as they can get it back up. For some reason today, it
Yeah, let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Next question.
So,
all right, we're back. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like,
did I
subscribe
hear you
if you
say
haven't.
that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah.
Yes, or something to that effect.
Something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with a broken neck and slashes and slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment? What did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Whoa.
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay. So let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listened to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with
And
a
there
key.
was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room on the
Describe the room
on the
like.
floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay, and you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops. Drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think he used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't there be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well, if I tell you, sir, that
What's
a
up,
couple
Hopper?
of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick, and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes.
Or have a false memory?
It's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How'd she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
The answer is yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes.
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
It would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes.
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
Yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No.
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or other cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac in Helbrunn and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigations, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she wants to talk to you and have a rapport?
Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative?
Yes.
She was polite?
Yes.
She was pleasant?
Yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
Okay. One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No. You're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer is
hallucination.
yes. Excuse me. The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes.
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes.
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
Yes.
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
Yes.
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
Yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing of his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satoff's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry. I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true. I'm wrong.
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Treatise, yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No. Excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. We'll go after it, right into it. Well then. Okay?
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. Let me put your tables over here just so I don't knock them over. So, if we can share that.
Do you want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Okay. All right. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number one. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
auditory verbal hallucinations,
and externally located voices are atypical. He cites a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Kathy Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, whenever you were in med school, we talked about too. That would have been.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did.
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition or psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Would you agree, sir, based on your investigation, police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed. That in fact, on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continued to work there, and I continued to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask whether he said two already. He's already said once.
Overall, she may have that. Go
ahead. Since 1992?
Yes.
So 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things. So they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances. And generally, they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I've looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor, in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerium, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well,
it.
let's hear the question first, and then I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the puerperium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerperium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the puerperium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
And Doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams. And
do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know. Say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly, and she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tufts' method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It's a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID. But she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tufts, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it, that Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increased to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia. I mean, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tufts tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
Objection. Overruled.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tufts assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft, and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines, or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
He just wants to put something on the record. We'll see. Should only be a minute. I'm sure we're going to be going to the lunch break here soon. So it'll be a sidebar, and then we'll be coming back from lunch, and then we got some goodies for you lined up for the lunch hour. Brian Etten reporting live on location too. And what happened to our music? There we go. Huh, our music's been shut off for a long time. Didn't even notice. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. Shout out to the community. We hit 18.5K shortly ago. And let's try and hit an 18.6K goal for today. Shout out to you, the community. And thank you for being a part of it. Reminder, we are going to be having our Your Verdict. We are going to be having our Your Verdict show coming up here during the Verdict Watch. So when I think we're going to have closing, what it's looking like is we're going to have closing arguments tomorrow. I think what the judge is going to do is after this witness is done, then the judge is going to send the jury home. Then he's got to discuss some things. I don't know if it's going to be live streamed or not. He's got to discuss some things. And then tomorrow's going to be the closing statements, closing arguments. So whatever they do, I don't know. Maybe we'll wait the afternoon to see if the jury, unless it's going to take the whole day for closing arguments, not sure. But whenever we are waiting, because there's obviously going to be a time period between when we're waiting and when they're done. So when we're in that waiting period,
Doctor, if you could,
we're going to be taking live calls.
Answer.
Your verdict.
Just for a second, I just want to. So, members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time.
Oh wow!
Here,
oh wow!
For certain scheduling reasons. Okay.
So if you could just summarize briefly.
Oh, wow. Never mind. We're going to
What
be here for a bit.
you said that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns in really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs, an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that. And I would just like to approach also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review this note here and then look up when you're finished. Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these 2 pages, 45 and 46, as the next exhibit. They're apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197.
You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained.
Yes.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read. I tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
Oh, man. Come on. Frickin' prosecution. Keep doing this crap. Frickin' prosecution. All right, we still have this poll up today. Vote if you haven't yet. Day 21. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type 1 in chat to vote yes. You can type 2 in chat to vote no. Or you can type 3 in chat for undecided. We have that poll up to the second results. We'll leave that up here while we are on a sidebar. Also, we just set the notification for tomorrow's show. It's going to be closing arguments and charges with some day 21 recaps. We have that tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Make sure to hit the notification bell and set it to all. That way you can get that cool little notification that comes over your phone and says EvilleCJ is live. And we will be here. Also, starting Monday, we'll be covering the new trial, the Microsoft executive murder for hire, the ex-wife of Jared Bridgen, Kirsten. We're going to be doing day 1 of her trial, starting Monday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you come back for that. And if we're still going to be on verdict watch with Lindsay Clancy trial, we'll be doing 2 different trials on Monday. So it all depends. Who knows? Who knows if they'll even be able to make a decision? It could end up in a hung jury. We're not sure. But what we're going to do is, in the meantime, whether it's 1 hour, whether it's 1 day, whether it's 2 days, whether it's 3 days, whether it's 4 days, as long as we are waiting for a verdict, we're going to be taking your live calls for the Your Verdict show. So stay tuned for that. Again, we got closing arguments tomorrow and charges, 8 a.m. Eastern. We will see you tomorrow as well.
Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you for being here.
Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Sackhoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him. Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
Wow. That's the last witness, ladies and gentlemen. And I apologize for that, Anne-Marie. I do hear that a lot.
Come on, press.
All right.
The only thing I can say is unsubscribe,
Commonwealth is
subscribe, and
arrested
hit
in a
everything
rebuttal
again,
case.
and hopefully it'll work.
So you
I
have the
apologize for that.
All right, and so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right, and tomorrow morning you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning, and then the jury will begin deliberating. All right, so that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow. And so you now have heard all the evidence. For the first time I can say that you've heard all the evidence, but you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right. So those instructions that I gave you the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right. Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right. Come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow. All right. And so get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section. So we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all rise, please. Jury,
Wow, we're finally here, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here. We are so close to the finish line. Your verdict. Live calls coming up here soon. It's up to the courts. We'll hear what your verdict is before we get the verdict from the courts.
All right.
Right.
What I thought we'd do is maybe I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we can take a break, probably till about 2:30. Come back to the charge conference. Before you leave, I had that draft so you could impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor. I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
We didn't get to the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so we will be in recess till 2:30. And if counsel can just wait, and I'll
He
get
has
those
to legally,
copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Legally, he has to. So legally, he has to do that, because if he don't, then if they need to appeal a conviction, they're going to be like, well, why didn't you file this motion? Why didn't you file this motion? So it's something that he had to do regardless, just because he filed the other motion. So it's just technical stuff. That way it's all laid out there. I did what I checked all these boxes in order for if there was an appeal. And now that there's an appeal, we checked all the da. So that's interesting. Man, we are finally here, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally here. I can't believe it. The last witness is done. It feels like it's been forever. It definitely feels like it's been more than a few weeks. It feels like it's been a few months. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think it feels like it's been that? It feels like it has for me. Holy hell. All right. But we are going to switch it up. So we're going to, he said 2:30. So that's about an hour and it's about an hour and 15 minutes. And then, they're going to come back. They're going to have a sidebar. Whoa, yada, yada. So what I'm going to do is I got a couple things prepared for this lunch break. And go ahead and get yourself a snack too. Where's my snack screen? Hold on 1 second. There we go. Get yourself a snack. All right. Shoot. I think I had this one up there. No, we didn't. Uh-oh. No, we didn't. Uh-oh. I don't know which one I had. Maybe this one. I don't know. Sure. But we're going to switch to these things that I have lined up for you during this lunch break. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the subscribe if you haven't. Again, I can't wait. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Maybe we'll have a verdict. We'll see. But I can't wait to take these live calls to see what you all have to say before we hear the actual verdict. So here's Chris Cuomo time. I almost messed that up again. It's one of those things. And then after that, we got that special from Brian Enton. You definitely don't want to miss this too. We got Bob Motta talk in this case, and he's been front row seat talking about it. Thank you all for being here.
That is not getting the context that it needs. And the reason it matters is there's a lot going on in that courtroom that is not being echoed in the court of public opinion. And you have to understand how things are playing. Otherwise, you're going to be surprised by the result, because you're not going to have a steady sense of what has mattered and not mattered from the perspective of the people who are on the inside. Nobody is more on the inside of observing these proceedings than Bob Motta. Now, what he has going for him is Motta is not only a keen observer and someone who cares about the issues that are presented in this trial, but he's also a criminal defense attorney. So he understands the game within the game. So what did Bob Motta see? How does he reckon with the idea that the mother says that she was talking about something that the husband says she wasn't talking about out loud? And how was it understood by the jury? How did Patrick play? What does he make of the speculation? What does he make of the prosecution's case? What does he make of the fact that now Lindsay Clancy is putting on her own case in chief? All of what matters most from the set of eyes we need the most. Bob Motta. Tell everybody who you are and how you have unique perspective on the trial that is captivating the country.
Hey, Chris, I'm Bob Motta. I am criminal defense attorney first and foremost, but I'm also the host of Defense Diaries podcast. Told my partner, both in the law and on the podcast, my wife Allison, that when this defense case in chief was going to start, that I wanted to get out there because, in my estimation, it's a very important case in terms of highlighting the issues with women's mental health. And I just think that this case, and it's starting to show itself to be true. I mean, it's a case that's kind of caught the country by storm. And I'm happy about that because it really is focusing on, and it's going to be more so now that we're getting in the defense's case in chief, on that issue of women's mental health. So I felt it incumbent upon myself to fly out from Chicago to Boston and get out to Plymouth and get in that courtroom every day because I wanted to be in the room. It's just a different experience than watching it on a stream, to be in the room. Obviously, I'm accustomed to that as being a trial lawyer, so it's more my thing. Plus, you know, obviously you can observe the jury, see what's resonating with them. And it's a really powerful image when you see Reddington with Lindsay, who's in that wheelchair, you know, kind of up close and personal. And it really encapsulates this whole concept that it's basically him and her against the world. So, I mean, for all those reasons, I felt it was necessary for me to get out here.
As you've been observing it, has this trial proceeded the way you expected?
I had a little bit of an advantage because I was able to talk to Reddington. So I knew when they were not going to accept the stipulation as to the homicide portion of the case.
Explain what that means.
So that basically means that Kevin Reddington, before trial and before it actually started the day of, said, we're still offering to stipulate, which means we will agree to all the evidence and facts that you were wanting to put in order to prove, which they do have to prove, each and every element of each and every homicide that took place. So that has to happen. But what the defense was saying is, we'll give you all that. That's not in contest. There's no controversy as to who did it. Lindsay did it, and we're willing to make an agreement wherein both sides agree, and then the judge lets the jury know, hey, both sides have agreed. Lindsay has accepted responsibility for the homicides. Let's just move into the lack of criminal responsibility stage of the trial, which is where we're at now, knowing that they refused to do that, which, that's their prerogative,
But didn't it happen during the trial when the judge had the conversation with Lindsay and Reddington about the stipulation during the trial? Wasn't something agreed to then?
Yeah, they stipulated to a few records, but it certainly wasn't
what they were looking for early on. Now, tell people why you believe the prosecution didn't want to do that, because it wasn't because they like the challenge of having to prove elements. You would always take an easier case if you can get it, but there was something else going on that mattered.
Yeah, well, it's obviously, every defense attorney knows it's to inflame the jury, to get the emotions of the jurors just spiked and have them angry with Lindsay because of the horrors of the case. We're talking about 3 beautiful little babies that lost their lives at the hands of the person who is most supposed to protect them, their mother. And, they know that that's an effective tool. It's a powerful tool. And a lot of times when I see the government decide to kind of lean into emotion, it tells you something about the strength of their evidence that they have moving forward. So, I wasn't surprised. It's a tough case for them. Massachusetts is different, and I'm sure we'll probably get into it when we get into what they have to prove as to the lack of criminal responsibility, because most states, that burden is not on the state, it's on the defendant, and that's not the case here in Massachusetts.
How is it different here?
So they essentially have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy did not have psychosis, like brain illness isn't like if we break our arm where you can see it, it's one of those things where we know so little about the human mind. It's going to end up being a battle of the experts, and it's all going to lay down on, the jury's going to rely on which expert they trust ultimately. And, you hope that they'll use some of the things that they saw about the fact that Lindsay clearly was trying to get herself well. Things that we heard prior to trial did not hold up in terms of the Commonwealth's narrative in this case, that she was out doctor seeking and pill seeking. And, she was trying to just get her hands on meds, or that that the suicide was fake. And
you don't think that's worked out for the prosecution so far? The idea that she was just a pill popper and a fiend, not somebody with an earnest interest in her deterioration?
No, I don't. And I base that on everything that came in through the providers themselves. And Reddington asked Dr. Tufts, who she treated with the most, I think 14 telehealth, sessions she had with her. And that was, the question was Lindsay doctor shopping? And she said no. Was she pill seeking? And she said no. Their own witness, the Commonwealth's own witness, said that that's not what was going on.
The prosecution was also trying to play on an emerging bias about telehealth, as if that means that she wasn't really trying, because you weren't going to the doctor, it was just telehealth. How did that play in the courtroom?
It didn't play well because we were in the midst of a pandemic. That was the birth of telehealth, really. I think there had been some version of it prior to that, but it became the norm during COVID when everything was shut down. Reddington, the defense attorney, also took some exception to it because he's trying to say, look, it's not adequate. You can't see what her cuticles on her hands look like. All the little things that an observant treater will be looking for when you're dealing with mental health. There's a lot of things that can physically manifest body-wise, whereas it might be an indicator or a clue for that service provider to be like, all right, something else might be going on here. And obviously, you're not seeing any of that stuff on telehealth medicine. For all you know, Chris, I'm sitting here in my underwear. You have no idea. It's the exact same concept. So, certainly not necessarily blaming the providers because the situation was what it was, kind of globally with the pandemic. But the fact of the matter is, you can't dispute the fact that the woman was trying to get herself well.
Boxers or briefs?
Always. Well, it's like the boxer briefs. It's the hybrid.
Gotcha. The score, from what you believe the prosecution needed to do and anticipated it would do based off its opening statement, what grade do you give the prosecution on its case?
Well, for the homicide, A+, but that was a shoo-in, right? So but in terms of, the lack of criminal responsibility side of their case, we haven't gotten to it yet. I mean, what's going to happen, in case people don't understand how this is going to go, because some people might have been there like shocked today when the Commonwealth rested, like, what? Like, so what's going to happen is the defense is going to, now they're in their case in chief, they're going to put their experts on. They're going to have their experts talk about lack of criminal responsibility, psychosis, educate the jury what that really means. Can you plan when you're psychotic? All the questions that people have about psychosis, because most of us, basically visualize what we see on TV and movies, which is obviously fiction. So we need to be educated on what it really entails. Can you do things like operate a phone? Can you manipulate a knob? Can you have a mask that you're wearing wherein it's not super evident? Because psychosis doesn't mean that you have bulging eyes and you're frothing at the mouth, man. It's just, but people need to be taught that in the jury. And so ultimately what's going to happen is the defense's witnesses are going to come in. They're going to say she was in psychosis. And then the rebuttal case is where the Commonwealth is going to be putting all of their lack of criminal responsibility experts on. So I'm going to have to
reserve judgment
on that part of the case for them.
If you've ever looked at your paycheck and thought, ooh, I could have used that a little sooner, let me tell you about Current. Current is a banking app. And what it does is gives you more flexibility with your money. One of the features that stands out to me is what they call Paycheck Advance, which can give you access to up to $750 of your paycheck, but get it early if you qualify. And it's not just about getting paid early. Current also has fee-free overdraft, a build card with tools designed to help you build credit. And you can also earn up to 4% bonus on savings pods. And they have 24/7 live support if you need help with any of it. So right now, if you sign up using my link or you just scan the QR code, you're going to get $75 to use and unlock these tools. Just go through the normal sign-up steps, enter your information, and order your Current card. After you complete the steps, you're going to be eligible for the $75 bonus when you switch your direct deposit. So make sure you go through the full sign-up process so you don't miss this opportunity. If you're looking for a more flexible way to manage your money, check out Current through the link on screen right now and in my description. Terms apply.
The decision for the defense to put on a case in chief, this is an option. The burden is on the prosecution. Do you believe this was a no-brainer that they have to do this?
I think so. I mean, you cannot rely on, if they don't do it, all of those questions about psychosis and what is it and how does it manifest are just going to be hanging in the wind, and they're not going to be answered. I don't think that there was...
Couldn't that be doubt? Couldn't that be enough to hang it?
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, Chris, this whole thing is going to be, you've got a portion of society that is an eye for an eye. They don't care. They may get the evidence that she was psychotic. And you know what? All right, she was psychotic. I don't care. She killed her children. She has to go in. That's it. You know what I mean? That there are folks that feel like that. I'm no one to tell them that they can't feel like that. They're not applying the law. That's the only rub I have. I mean, if the law...
Although with this judge in Massachusetts and in New York, there were similar cases of filicide by the mother where the jury found that the reaction to psychosis, which some would call the waning of the psychosis, which is the realization of what they had done, and whether it was the nanny stabbing herself in the neck in the case in New York, or what happened in Massachusetts here with Lindsay Clancy, her jumping out the window, they could take that as proof of knowledge that what she had done deserved her criminal responsibility, instead of the way I see it, which is as the extension of the illness.
Right.
And so we've seen juries there under this law in Massachusetts and in New York under a similar statute that's more forgiving of illness, if you want to call it that, where they decided the way the prosecution wants them to in the Clancy case.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, if you're the Commonwealth, that's exactly the argument you're making. You know, I mean, they're dying on the hill that this was all a ruse, you know, that she was done with being a mother, and you know, this was all just something that she had worked out and kind of slowly made her way to the end result. And that, you know, again, I mean, they're sitting there putting on the case that she faked the suicide, that it was all, and it went terribly wrong for her, that she was really just trying to slide down the wall. Whatever happened, happened. She ends up landing on her head.
Now, in the courtroom, do you think the jury was buying that? Because I got to tell you,
oh, man.
It just seems to me that the place to plumb for the prosecution is in people's misunderstanding or lack of respect or different perspective on illness and what it justifies and what it doesn't. Like that's obviously the place for them to make the case. The idea that she was sick of being a mom, so she's going to kill her kids. She's not going to just leave. She's going to kill her kids. She's going to make up psychosis for months in advance.
Right.
And then jump out the fucking window because she wants a better life. And you're going to jump out the window and paralyze yourself as some kind of exit strategy.
Yeah.
Could you get any read on the jury?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. They've been pretty stone-faced, which, I respect as a lawyer. But you get glimpses, like, when you're watching Reddington operate, and he's an enjoyable attorney to watch because he's mastered the craft of the cross-examination, wherein he can make it seem like we're just having a conversation that gets slightly heated again. So they're very engaged when he's crossing. In terms of the state's case, I basically go by note writing. If I've got note writers in the jury and I'm like, all right, they're scribbling furiously, this thing's resonating, they're feeling like this is something that they really need to lock in. I didn't see that very much in the entire first portion of the case.
And Massachusetts allows them to take notes, but they can't bring them in, right?
Correct. I believe that's the rule. So, yeah,
now they did have a big reaction to seeing aspects of the proof of the crime on the children. Yeah. Now, was that as expected, or do you think it hit even harder than you anticipated?
Well, I mean, you had the combination of Lindsay just completely breaking down twice, where he clears the courtroom, judge clears the courtroom the first time. We stood out there for about a half an hour while she collected herself. We came back in, and within 5 seconds of the next direct examination question being asked, she loses it again, and that's where she's like, I can't do this. And so he clears the courtroom again. I mean, I don't know how that plays for the Commonwealth. I know as a defense attorney how I think it's playing for my client. I think it's playing well. It comes off as cruel. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
why doesn't it come off as, see, she gets how fucked up all this is. She gets how wrong it is. She gets how disgusting this all is. See, she's just like me. She gets it.
But I mean, she does get it. There's no prison on the planet that's worse than the prison that's in her mind.
Hey, thank you for watching. I post clips like this every day, so you can just subscribe and you'll get more without even having to think about it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Let's get after it.
Hey everybody, welcome to Jesse Weber Live. I'm Brian Enton in for Jesse tonight, live outside Plymouth Superior Court in Massachusetts. And tonight we are devoting the full hour to the Lindsay Clancy trial, one of the most emotional and most divisive murder trials in the country. And at the heart of this case is just one question. What was happening inside Lindsay Clancy's mind when she killed her 3 young children? Was she a devoted mother in the grip of postpartum psychosis, unable to control what she was doing? Or did she know exactly what she was doing when she strangled 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan with exercise bands inside their family home? This was back in 2023. Right behind me, jurors have spent weeks hearing those 2 very different portraits of Lindsay Clancy. And now, after weeks of heartbreaking testimony, dueling psychiatrists, and intense arguments over what was happening inside Clancy's mind, the case has just entered its final phase. Evidence is expected to wrap tomorrow, and the jury could begin deliberating as early as Wednesday. So it is all coming to an end. And tonight we are taking you inside the case from the very beginning, the evidence, the testimony, the battle over her mental state, and the moments that could ultimately decide whether Lindsay Clancy is held criminally responsible and faces life behind bars, or is found not criminally responsible and could be committed to a state psychiatric facility. We'll also take you outside the courtroom where the case has ignited a fierce debate. Hundreds have shown up, you can see here, some standing with Clancy, others there to remember Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Now, why has this case struck such a nerve? Everybody's talking about it. How will a jury possibly sort through all of it? We're going to get into all of it, but first, a dramatic end to court today. The defense demanding an immediate mistrial. This was not expected. The judge then denying it, and the jury was sent home early. It happened during testimony from one of the prosecution's final rebuttal witnesses, forensic psychologist Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn. Heilbrunn was testifying about another possible explanation for why Clancy killed her children, something called altruistic filicide. Heilbrunn described it as killing your children out of love, believing that they would suffer without you. And as he explained that theory, Heilbrunn brought up what Clancy told him about her children, heaven, and her Catholic faith. And then he started talking about suicide as a mortal sin. This was a very important moment. Take a look at this.
One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, I see counsel over here.
Okay, so you heard the objection there. That objection stopped the testimony. The jury was then taken out of the courtroom. There was a very brief recess, and then Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington, demanded an immediate mistrial. Reddington accused prosecutors of intentional misconduct, arguing this was now the second time that religion had been improperly brought up in front of this jury. Remember, that is not allowed. Prosecutors denied any intentional misconduct, saying that they didn't ask Heilbrunn a question about Catholic dogma, and then the judge then denied the mistrial. But when he brought the jury back in, he could not have been more clear about what they were supposed to do with what they just heard. Listen to this.
The religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered.
Okay, so the judge was not happy. And after he gave that statement, the judge sent the jury home for the day. But that mistrial fight, it wasn't the only drama in court today. There was major new testimony about the voice that Clancy says told her to kill her children, and another heated exchange between the defense and a prosecution expert. So I want to unpack it all with someone who has been inside that courtroom every single day since this trial began. Rachel Sharp, she is the U.S. crime correspondent for the Daily Mail, and she is here with me outside the courtroom. Thank you for joining me, Rachel.
Thank you for having me.
You've literally been there every single day. Not a lot of people can say that, and it's been an emotional roller coaster ride. I want to play really quickly for you and everybody else. Reddington, the attorney, we spoke with him when he came outside court. There was this dramatic moment with the mistrial, and then we asked him about it. Listen to this.
I knew that Judge Sullivan would exercise his discretion, and he would give a strong instruction if he denied the motion. So that's what he did.
This is the second time mortal sin has come up.
Well, they didn't say mortal sin today. They made reference to the Roman Catholic religion and sin, but they didn't use the mortal sin analogy today.
Are you concerned the jury won't be able to overlook it?
No, I have no doubt that the jury will listen to the judge's instructions and be able to overlook it. Yep.
Does this impact your mindset at all going into closing arguments in just a few days?
Not at all.
So it was interesting because he said when I talked to him outside that they didn't say mortal sin, but they did say mortal sin. I went back and listened to it. The judge was not happy, though, and it kind of created this moment in court. The jury clearly knew something was going on because then they sent them all home suddenly for the day.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really big moment. This is week 5 of testimony, and this has been a very long, grueling trial for everyone involved. So I think a mistrial, the option even for a mistrial to be on the table at this stage is not something I think anyone wants. Even Kevin Reddington, who obviously called for it, you know, when it was first brought up under Sue Clancy's testimony, he was very adamant that he is not going to ask for a mistrial. He said, you know, why would I want to start this trial all over again? And he felt that, you know, the matter was settled with the judge striking that testimony when Patrick Clancy's mother was asked about mortal sin that first time. So I think it shows how seriously he's taken this. You know, he very much wants to get this trial done. That's the sense we've gotten from him inside the courtroom and outside the courtroom when he's spoken to us reporters. So I think it really shows that, you know, he had to kind of make a bit of a stand, that this has now happened twice. And I think there's a lot of curiosity as to why this keeps coming up. Why is the prosecution keep bringing up this idea of the Catholic faith and mortal sin? Yeah, it's a curious, something I'm curious about.
Yeah, especially because you're not allowed to do it.
Exactly.
And it's sort of a basic rule of court, and they continue to do it. This is now the second time. And I'm with you. I'm not sure that Reddington really wanted a mistrial. I think he wanted to make the point. And I also think that psychologist was sort of riveting in his testimony at that moment. And you could hear the jury tuning in. And it was one of the first times we had heard this theory that, according to that psychologist, that Lindsay Clancy may have wanted to kill herself and then wanted to get rid of the kids because she didn't want them to be alone without her, which would be different than the prosecution theory we've heard all along. Interesting timing for them to bring that up, you know, the day before the trial ends.
And you've got to wonder if that's part of the matter as well, that this is, you know, this was quite a credible witness, probably one of the state's biggest witnesses. And now the jury has been told to disregard something they said. They've been sent home early. So you wonder what impact that will have on, you know, his credibility in their eyes as well. And, you know, as you mentioned, this is the battle of the experts, so to speak, between these different sides. You had Dr. Resnick last week testifying that she was in the grips of postpartum psychosis. He did also argue a similar thing, that she was psychotic, but she did also have this altruistic filicide as well. But the argument is about whether it was psychosis or not, and that's obviously something that this expert said that there wasn't.
All right, real quick, I got to talk about something that most of us never bother to check out. It's our car insurance bill, right? Creeps up every renewal, and most people just pay whatever the new number says without really shopping around. And that's the problem, right? Insurance companies, they count on that. That's why we're partnering with Smarter Auto. It is a site that makes it so easy to see if you're overpaying and find cheaper options in just a couple minutes. So here's how it works. You head to the link in the show notes, or you scan the QR code on screen. You answer a few quick questions, your car, your zip code, your basic stuff. And then you're going to see a table of real insurance quotes side by side, so you can actually compare and pick whichever works best for you. So that takes you straight to the provider to sign up. It is completely free, takes just a couple of minutes. And if there is a cheaper rate out there with your name on it, you're not going to find it by doing nothing, okay? So check your rate, links in the description, QR codes on screen, 2 minutes. And I got to tell you, I think you will be surprised what you're leaving on the table.
Right. Yeah, it is the battle of the experts. I want to quickly ask you about the Patrick Clancy 911 call, because when Patrick Clancy arrived at the house, found his wife outside, had jumped from the window, and then found the kids inside, there was this awful 911 call that has not been played publicly. But you have heard the call. You are one of the few people who has heard the call. What did it sound like?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, that call won't be released. The live stream was shut off at that moment, so only people who were inside the courtroom heard that. And it was one of the worst, the worst thing I've ever heard. It was, the screams coming out of Patrick were just unearthly and guttural and unlike anything I've ever heard, really. And, you know, I think it's important to note that, you know, the beginning, as you say, that he found Lindsay, and he was panicked. You could hear the panic in his voice, but he was still very coherent. And he was able to talk to the dispatcher about getting emergency responders there. He was able to reassure Lindsay. And then when emergency responders arrived, he was heard saying, I'm just going to go check on the kids. And obviously he had no idea what had happened at that point. You could hear him running down the stairs, and then just these unearthly screams. And then he was unable to speak. His words were indiscernible until he screamed out, "She killed the kids." And I mean, the whole courtroom was just torn apart by it. You know, it was jury members were crying, Lindsay's parents were crying, members of the media, the public. Lindsay herself hunched over the defense table, quietly sobbing. But then when the judge immediately called a recess, the second that stopped playing, he cleared the courtroom and she broke down in loud, uncontrollable sobs. I mean, it was very distressing to everyone in that room.
Yeah, different than what we saw him when he was on the stand, so stoic. But I wanted you to explain it because it's something that we haven't been able to hear, and you did. So I really appreciate you for coming on.
Yes, thank you for having me.
I know it's been a long one for you. You've been here every single day, so appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much.
Tomorrow.
Thanks. See you then.
Okay. The Lindsay Clancy murder trial is nearing its end after weeks of testimony. It's been disturbing, as you just heard Rachel say. It's been emotional. It's been revealing. We've heard from doctors. We've heard from family members, investigators, and Lindsay Clancy herself through her texts, her searches, and her statements. And there are a few moments that could stick with this jury. First, the moment Clancy broke down in court as a medical examiner described the injuries to her 5-year-old daughter, Cora. Listen to this. Then there was her internet search history. Jurors learned that before the killings, devices used by Clancy were searching for information about bipolar disorder, mania, suicide, and even can you treat a sociopath? The defense also showed jurors something else, a woman who appeared to know something was terribly wrong, repeatedly reaching out for help.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility.
And the prosecution challenged that image of Clancy, painting her as depressed, not psychotic, they say. And they say that she knew that she was killing her children and that she knew that it was wrong.
She first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement.
Yes.
And then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, "Go to God."
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes. She retained the capacities that were required for having criminal responsibility for these actions. In the household, she was engaging this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
So after all of this, what will matter most to the jury? I want to bring in our all-star legal panel. We've got Mark Aragos, criminal defense attorney and host of 2 podcasts, Reasonable Doubt and 2 Angry Men. And Jana Spilbor, she is a trial attorney and also a legal analyst and has a podcast of her own. It's good to see you both. Thank you for joining me. I want to start with you, Mark. What do you think the defense has to do to close things here? And what do you make of this mistrial attempt today and the timing of when it came, when this psychologist seemed to be locked in with the jury talking about this theory that she may have wanted to commit suicide and kill the kids because she didn't want to die without them?
Well, the psychiatrist who, and I agree, at least both you and 2 other observers in the courtroom told me that the jury's appeared to be locked in with him. Well, whatever locking in with him was completely undercut by his gratuitous and obviously intentional invocation of the Catholic dogma, Catholic religion, and he provoked that judge. It's got to be one of the top 40 angry judges in front of a jury excoriation that I've seen. And I think this guy did it purposefully. I think he was trying to appeal to the jurors' emotions, if you will, the witness. And I will tell you what I have believed since the first time this happened. I said there is a Supreme Court case. It's rarely utilized or actually applied, Oregon v. Kennedy, and it's when the prosecution is goading, G-O-A-D, the defense to make a mistrial motion. I think they did it before, and I think they did it this time, and I think clearly at this point, Reddington decided, hey, if this guy's getting any kind of traction and I've got to protect my record, I have to make the mistrial motion. And if you listen to what he said exactly that. He said it was intentional, and it was prosecutorial misconduct. You'll also notice that the judge stopped just short of calling out the prosecution as doing it as intentional, because the judge didn't want to be forced into declaring a mistrial and not letting them retry it again.
So why, Mark, you're saying the prosecution wanted a mistrial? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. The prosecution knows they're losing. It's clear to anybody who's sentient in that courtroom. So this is their, I'll use the religious imagery, this is their Hail Mary. And their Hail Mary is to get a mistrial, to force a defense to request the mistrial so that they can get a do-over. That's precisely what's going on. Anybody who doesn't believe that or takes issue with that did not watch what that judge did, and specifically where he stopped short when he was going off on this in terms of what the findings he was making, didn't watch how angry he was when he instructed the jury. And most of all, he marched that jury out right after he gave that admonition. He was not going to let them think or hear from this guy again after that stunt that was pulled in his courtroom.
Yeah, and I wonder what they were thinking when the day just suddenly ended early and, suddenly they're marched out of there. Jonna, if the jury believes that Lindsay Clancy was mentally ill, is that enough for an acquittal? Or do you think they could believe she had the postpartum psychosis but still come up with a guilty verdict?
It's not enough for an acquittal, but I believe that's what the jury is probably thinking right now. Everyone should probably agree, prosecution included, that Lindsay Clancy did suffer from a legit mental illness and a severe mental illness. I will give her that. The whole courtroom will give her that. But that is not where the analysis ends. The jury now has to decide whether, due to that severe mental illness, she didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions, or he could not conform to the law. And I love Mark Garagos, but I think the prosecution is doing a slightly better job than maybe many of my colleagues think, because they were able to show a level of planning, Brian, that to me, and maybe to some of the members on the jury, does show that she knew what she was doing and wasn't in a quote unquote psychotic break. And for starters, in my opinion, she scheduled her so-called psychotic break when she got her husband out of the house with plenty of time to kill not one, not two, but all three of her children. And that's the first thing that the jurors are going to have to think about when they go back in that deliberation.
But Jonna, do you think that this prosecution has had an issue sort of with a cohesive storyline here? Because it seems like at one point they said, oh, she was trying to fake the suicide. She wanted to commit suicide and take the kids with her. It's like there hasn't been one from the prosecution. It's been all over the place.
Well, one thing is for sure, she threw herself out a window. And for optics' sake, that does make her very sympathetic. But the prosecution, in a sense, sort of saved the best for last. We knew that they were going to have to meet the defense expert with an expert who was equally good as the couple of really good experts that the defense had. And I think they did so because the prosecution's last expert gave the jury another set of facts to think about. Was this something that she had planned? In other words, like when you have a case where maybe a spouse kills another spouse in the heat of passion, because if I can't have you, nobody will. They catch him cheating. Well, this was sort of like, if I can't be your mother, then no one's going to be your mother.
Yeah, I just
what's
again wonder.
Interesting though, Brian.
Yeah, quickly, Mark. Go ahead.
You know what's interesting to me? It would not surprise me in the least, and I was the one who last week was calling for Reddington to have asked for a mistrial. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if tomorrow morning he walks in and he asks the judge, he says, look, I made the motion for a mistrial. I don't want to do this again. Your curative instruction, I know what you were trying to do. It's also not enough. I move that you strike the testimony of this witness. I've done that before. I think he may overnight think about that and move to strike the direct testimony of this witness, tell the jury to disregard all of it. It's really quite outrageous what happened today. It's one of the ultimate or the last witnesses, if not the penultimate witness. He directly violated what he knew. This witness is not stupid. He's an expert. He read the previous expert testimony. He was well aware of what the previous expert got admonished for. And for him to come in there and do what he did today, that was intentional. That was misconduct, and it shouldn't be countenance. I will tell you, I think that it polarized the jury as well.
And he said the same thing again, mortal sin. It was the same exact words that got them in trouble the first time. Mark Garagos, Jonas Spilbor, appreciate you both so much for coming on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, the Lindsay Clancy trial is fueling a heated online debate beyond mental health and criminal responsibility. Did the healthcare system fail Lindsay Clancy, and could more have been done to prevent this tragedy? That's coming up next. So the online debate surrounding the Lindsay Clancy trial goes beyond the question of guilt. Even her own lawyers don't deny that she killed her children, but to whether or not Clancy was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis and whether or not the mental health system failed to get her the help that she needed. Those are really the questions are here. And that intense online debate is the reason hundreds of women dressed in pink gathered outside the courthouse in support of Clancy, supporting with messages, sporting phrases on their clothes like "she needed help" and "believe." Many of those supporters feel Clancy's story is more common than people know, and that their own similar struggles with postpartum depression have been dismissed or ignored. And of course, the other side of that debate feels there can be no excuse for killing your children and that Clancy should be held accountable. But that was something else. Is there something else there? Is there something more that she could have done? Did the system fail her? These are all questions that everybody's been talking about. We know that she sought mental health treatment. She was prescribed multiple psychiatric medications. She got help, but did the system end up failing her? Joining me now is Kathleen Hood. She is a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. She's also been out with the crowd. And by the way, she has pink and white on because people who have been supporting Lindsay Clancy have been wearing pink, but then people who are supporting the kids have been wearing white.
Yeah.
You wanted to do both.
Because I'm supporting both. Yeah, and I think the message is lost with that. Yeah, I'm for both. What I'm talking about is for the kids too. It's just like the failures of the system, and it's what really ultimately costs. But yes, of course, I'm supporting both.
And you are a nurse practitioner in the psychiatric field. And do you believe that Lindsay Clancy was failed?
Yeah, on multiple levels. And honestly, I probably wouldn't have spoke up about it otherwise, even if it was just like a small failure or whatever. It was multiple providers and it was like negligent. And honestly, and it should be different so it doesn't happen again.
Where do we draw the line, though, for all of us watching this trial? You know, because it's pretty clear she wanted help and didn't get the help. I think
that's the frustrating part.
Yeah.
I think, like she did all the right things. She reported symptoms that were scary that sometimes people don't like to report. She did all the things, and prescribers were not listening to her and prescribing meds that can cause those symptoms.
So did they actually give her medication? Because you understand this,
Yeah.
this is your world. Did they give her medication that made it worse?
Yeah, because SSRIs and antidepressants, like as a class, can cause, I guess I couldn't say for sure, but can cause psychosis symptoms, or not psychosis, sorry, bipolar, like mania symptoms. And if you make it worse by going on an SSRI, and then if you add more SSRIs to it, and then it can, yes, make symptoms worse. So it's not about the amount of meds. It's just that they should have known that that wasn't the right med choice regarding the symptoms she was, reporting.
So this is going to go to deliberation soon with the jury, probably in the next couple of days. And there's been so many different psychiatrists and psychologists testifying, giving their credentials, talking about all the work they've done, but then giving different theories about what was going on with Lindsay Clancy and different diagnoses. How is the jury supposed to process that?
I do think it's like so confusing, obviously. And I think some of it's like the witness problem, like maybe not, I don't know, but the witness, you've got to make sure they're credible, right? But yeah, it's not, it's confusing, and I would be confused too. So I think then if you don't have like an understanding of psych, well, I have no understanding of law, but if you don't have an understanding of either, it's kind of harder to get what I'm talking about. And that's kind of why I felt like I should talk about it.
Yeah, and I guess it's not an exact science. I mean, because you've got some saying it was postpartum psychosis, that there were real voices. And then there's been other experts who have said, we don't think she actually had the voices.
To be honest, to me, it doesn't matter either way.
Okay.
Because the prescribers caused those symptoms by giving, like whatever, if it was psychosis, postpartum psychosis, I guess you could argue that she was sane, but I don't believe that.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't seem to make sense
No.
because she was a loving mother. There was no real
Every single
there was no other
person
motive.
testified to her being an awesome mother. She was
Yeah.
a nurse. She tried to do all the right things, and it still didn't happen, which is, we obviously are a broken system, and we all need to do better as providers and in general. But you really need to listen to the patients, and it makes a big difference in the outcomes. And we need more support and more systems in place, obviously. That's highlighted this.
So at the end of the day, you're blaming the providers.
Yes, which I would hate to do, to
And
be
you are a
honest with you.
provider.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I would never normally, and it wasn't just like human error. It was like negligence on multiple provider levels, but it's like basic stuff that should have been obvious, like the symptoms with the meds. Not for someone who's not in psych, but for someone who's in psych, they should have known better than that.
Yeah. And when I say providers, I mean like doctors.
Yeah,
and
that's what
psychiatrists.
I'm saying too.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's so a multi-level in therapy. I mean, mental health and health in general. In this, we need better systems, obviously. But I forget what you were saying.
No, you're good. I appreciate you, Kathleen,
Okay,
for coming
you
on.
too.
Thank you so much. And we'll see you outside court.
Okay.
And we've met a lot of people like Kathleen who are just here because they're very, very passionate about the cause and not so much about the criminal side of all of this. So thank you, Kathleen. Coming up, 2 mothers and 5 dead children in 2 cases that shocked the country decades apart. The prosecutor who helped put Susan Smith behind bars weighs in on Lindsay Clancy. That's coming up next. Two mothers, 2 cases that shocked the country, and 2 horrific questions about how a mother could kill her own children. More than 3 decades before Lindsay Clancy went on trial for killing her 3 young children, Susan Smith was convicted of murdering her 2 little boys by strapping them into her car and letting it roll into a South Carolina lake. The cases are very different, but both forced jurors to confront mental health, mother's state of mind, and whether those issues explain the unthinkable or excuse it under the law. I'm joined now by Tommy Pope, the former prosecutor who helped put Susan Smith behind bars for killing her 2 children, and Gigi McKelvey, the host of the very popular podcast, Pretty Lies and Alibis. It's nice to see you both. Tommy, I'll start with you. I mean, you know how emotional a case involving the deaths of children can become. Do you think the jury will have sympathy for Clancy in this case? It's obviously very, very different than the Susan Smith case.
I think it is different. I always said Susan had an end game. She wanted the boyfriend. She wanted the kids out of the scene. And here, it doesn't seem like she has an end game, Clancy. And it also, she's injured and in the courtroom. So it's more than a suicidal gesture. So I think they're going to have sympathy for her.
Tommy, do you think the prosecution should have charged her with murder? I mean, do you think this was a mistake?
No, I'll tell you, and I said the same thing with Smith. You know, I sought the death penalty in Smith, and the jury saw fit not to give it. But to me, whatever the maximum punishment was available, that's what we needed to do. If you recall in Smith, she blamed a African-American carjacker. And I thought, you know, whatever the punishment would be for him, it should be for her, you know, particularly with the layers of betrayal. And so we've got it here, but kind of in a different way. I can't decide what she hoped to gain other than, as you heard earlier, taking the kids with her.
Yeah, there hasn't really been another motive. Like with Susan Smith, as you say, there was a whole kind of awful scheme behind it. Here, that I think that would have come out by now if it existed, and I just don't think it does. Gigi, why do you think people have such a strong emotional reaction to this case? Because I mean, even over the weekend, it's like family and friends, everybody's wanting to talk about it. You got people on different sides.
Yeah, Brian, I think at the end of the day, whether you think Lindsay Clancy was an evil mom who wanted to leave this world and take her kids, or if you think that she was felled by the system and was in a psychosis and took the lives of her kids, at the end of the day, 3 beautiful children are gone by their mother's hands. And I think that no matter what side of the fence you sit on, that's why people are so passionate about this case.
Are you surprised, Gigi, that there's still such a focus on the ex-husband, the kid's father, Patrick? I mean, even outside the courthouse today, there are people holding signs, Patrick did it, despite there being no evidence of that.
I am, but I'm not. I mean, we kind of see this in every high-profile trial that we cover. We saw it in Brian Kohberger, where there's other theories that pop up online and take off like wildfire. And, you know, to me, I don't do rumor or speculation on my channel, so we don't talk about that in chat. But man, it is everywhere you look, and it seems to be growing by the day. And at the end of the day, as far as we know, and what has been conceded to, Patrick is a victim. And so you have to wonder, on top of the trial and the grief, what is this new element doing to him personally in his daily life as he is having to relive the deaths of his 3 babies?
Yeah, it's very, very sad. Tommy, how do you think this is going to play out? Just because sitting through this, you know, there's been all of these different doctors and psychiatrists and psychologists who have testified, but they have different theories, and they've diagnosed Lindsay Clancy with different ailments. And how does the jury process that when you've got like all sorts of different, you know, theories thrown at you from different experts?
You know, sometimes they can just cancel each other out, and it can be by virtue of their skill, or it can be by virtue of the fact that it's just too much information coming from too many different directions from the jury. And so, you know, I think that part will be interesting. I'm concerned there may be a hung jury. Now, the difficulty up there compared to South Carolina is the prosecution has to prove the absence of the mental issues beyond a reasonable doubt, where here in South Carolina, the defense would have to bring that up. And so the prosecution's got a tremendous burden, and they've got to convince all 12 people. And I think, you know, for the defense, if you can hang one juror, you know, you've done your job.
Yeah, you're right. The burden being on the prosecution here is very different from most other states. That's going to kind of complicate things. Tommy Pope, Gigi McKelvey, really appreciate you both for coming on tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, coming up next, this case could be in the hands of the jury really in just a matter of days. The panel will have to decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy is criminally responsible in the deaths of her children. How do everyday people, these jurors, sift through weeks of evidence and testimony to come to such a crucial decision? We've got a juror from the Lori Vallow Daybell murder trial. It's going to take us inside what it's like to go through a trial like this. That's coming up next.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't.
We are back live here in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where Lindsay Clancy is on trial for the murder of her 3 children. Tomorrow, the prosecution will continue its rebuttal, and the case is expected to be in the hands of the jury by midweek. This jury is made up of 12 women and 6 men, including the alternates. Since Clancy has admitted to strangling her children, the panel will have to decide whether she is criminally responsible. Was it a deliberate act, or was she experiencing postpartum psychosis? The question, how will they decide? I recently spoke with jury consultant Dr. Lillian Glass about how difficult this jury's decision will be.
Thank you for
I
joining.
think this is going to be impossible for the jury because there's so many emotions that are coming out. They're seeing so many different things. One day they're seeing something unseeable, and the other day they're seeing something that tears your heart out. That's a human reaction. It's going to be so difficult. I think people will say, yes, she did it. Somebody needs to be held accountable. But is it her? Is she a victim in all this? Is it the doctors? Is it the myriad of doctors? She wanted help. When you see the psychologists aboard that are interviewed, it's shocking. You say, whoa, if I had somebody like that, maybe that could happen to me too.
So joining me now, Tom Evans. He was an alternate juror in the Lori Vallow murder trial. He wrote the book Money, Power, and Sex, the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. Thank you for joining me, Tom. I covered that trial. And, you know, I was sitting in court here today. You know, you look at the jurors and you wonder what this must have been like for them, sitting through all of this, similar to what you went through. I remember during Lori's Daybell trial, there was awful autopsy photos, awful descriptions. How did it change your life?
I think at the time I was kind of in shock sitting through the trial, and it took me a while to come out of that, and it actually had kind of a profound impact on my life.
How so?
It just made me realize, I think sitting through the whole trial made me realize that justice for the victims is more than just putting Lori Vallow in prison for life and patting ourselves on the back for a job well done. I think we needed to look into what caused her to get to that place where she could do such a thing.
Yeah.
And I think that,
and I know you didn't actually. Yeah, no, exactly. I know you didn't actually deliberate because you were an alternate. And it's a similar situation here. There's alternates, so they don't know who they are. And then basically right before the deliberations begin, they're pulled out, which is what happened to you. But I'm just curious, like when you sat through the whole thing, I mean, granted, it was a very different set of circumstances, but by the time it was over, did you kind of know in your mind what your decision was going to be? Or were you kind of open-minded knowing you or thinking you were going to go into the deliberation process?
Yeah, I tried to be as open-minded as I could during the trial, but obviously as a juror, you're trying to make up your mind. And by the time it was over, my mind was made up that she was guilty. I had no doubt that there was a mountain of evidence. The prosecution did a really good job. The whole team, prosecutors, law enforcement, the evidence they presented in court convinced me.
How difficult do you think it'll be for this jury? And I don't know how closely you've been following this one, but you know, it's similar in some ways to Lori's trial, but it's different too. And there's this mental health component. Do you think this will be more difficult for this jury?
Thank you all for joining. We do have a StreamYard poll open. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? You can type the number in chat to vote. You type 1 in chat for yes, type 2 in chat for no, type 3 in chat for undecided. We'll end the poll at the end of the day today, and we'll check out the results again. StreamYard poll is open. Is Lindsay Clancy criminally responsible? And you type 1 in chat for yes, 2 in chat for no, or 3 in chat for undecided. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you very much. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. And as we continue, and we will take you right to the courtroom as soon as they get on camera. You know how we do it.
I think it's going to be 1,000 times harder for them. not only they were subjected to the same horror that we were, so they have to live with that now for the rest of their lives, but they have to decide, is she guilty or was she insane at the time of the murders? And I don't have an opinion on that. I can't tell.
In terms of the way, and I'm just thinking back to when you were in there for Lori's trial, the way that she's been acting in court, she's had several breakdowns. How does that impact a jury? I mean, do you remember, would you look at Lori Vallow during the trial? Were you studying her emotions or were you just focused on the evidence?
Those jurors are watching her every move, every expression on her face, trying to read something into it. And if it seems like her sobs are real, then they might have some sympathy for her. But if it seems contrived, then that'll have the opposite effect.
What about the likability of the attorneys? Because, you know, there's been a lot said about the defense attorney here, Kevin Reddington. He's a likable guy. In many ways, it kind of almost seems like he's in control of the courtroom at times. Does that come into play as a juror? Did that come into play with you?
I think so. In our trial, both the defense and the prosecution seemed very sure of themselves, professional, and honest. And I think in this trial, from what I've watched, I get a little different sense. You know, I feel like the prosecution doesn't always come off as being all that. Are they just trying to get a verdict in their favor, or are they trying to get real truth out? That's the question the jurors will be asking themselves.
It's interesting you say that, and I've just been thinking about all day when I was in there, I was staring at the jurors, wondering what they were thinking. So your perspective is really interesting. Tom Evans, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, sir. Our live coverage from Massachusetts continues. Of course, sir. In just a moment, we're live outside the courthouse where court will continue in the morning. We've got more right after this.
Thank you all for the continued love and support.
All right, we are live at the Massachusetts courthouse where Lindsay Clancy is on trial. I will be right here bringing you all the latest as we head towards verdict watch. And Jesse will be back tomorrow night for Jesse Weber Live. Cuomo's next.
And the jury has the roughest job of all to determine.
Whoa. I just want to pause before we get to the next one. We are still waiting for court to come back up. I just want to say thank you so much to the community for the continued love and support. Help us hit the 18.6 goal for today. It was 18.5. We already knocked that out. We're only 43 subs away from getting to 18.6. 70% nearly of people watching are not subscribed. So if you're not, please consider doing so. And come back with us tomorrow as we get into the closing arguments. Finally.
Has the roughest job of all to determine whether, because of that, she knew what she was doing was wrong.
Right.
And I am seeing plenty of evidence aplenty to prove that she did know what she was doing was wrong.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that, but let's get another Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn.
Mark, if you do that one more time,
Stay positively legal. All right, let's go to SOT number 2. More of Dr. K. Go ahead.
Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love. Not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
That helps the defense.
And that was preceded.
The state was minimized.
It was preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing. And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything.
You're gonna plausibly
she did not
analogize
like
that
to leave her children.
she did that
And
day.
if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer.
All right, John, I see both sides to this, right? One, you got a voice telling you that killing the kids would be a good thing, you know, and that's why she did it. And the other thought is, okay, I do know right from wrong, whatever the state's alleging. If I'm taking myself out because I can't live in this world because I'm so depressed, I don't want my kids to be raised by anybody else. They'd be better off dead too. Like,
right.
You buying that? You think that's
If
what
I-
she did?
If I can't be your mother, nobody can be your mother.
You
So-
believe that? Wait, hold on. Do you believe that, number one? But more importantly, do you believe the state proved it? That's my question to you, Jonna. You don't know that that was proven. Come on.
Well, now hang on a second.
Answer the question.
This guy really posited an alternate theory, right?
Yes.
Because you've got the big shot hired guns that the defense brought on who have successfully said this same thing before, right? Dr. Resnick, I believe, said the exact same
I'm
thing.
with
before.
you. They're all
Worked for
paid.
Andrea Yates.
They're
right?
all
paid,
biased.
right?
They're all biased.
And they're going to say what they get paid to say.
Yes.
But when it comes, so here's the thing that maybe if you have jurors, and I hate when attorneys do this, but we might hear in this case, when you tell jurors not to leave their common sense at home, make sure you bring your common sense. with you, okay? Right. When you do that. But the state's rebuttal experts, to me, make more sense. Common sense.
Okay.
Than the other hired guns. And if
So-
a juror does that analysis, they might come to the same.
All right. So more on the voice, because the voice is key. Either she heard a voice or she didn't. There's no test like you can do a DNA test to
True.
determine whether someone's telling the truth. A fingerprint test. Did she really touch the phone or didn't she, if that was an issue? This is just opinions. People who shat in their diapers, who couldn't even speak English, hear me out, who grew up, then had schooling, and then somehow now have an opinion. That's not science, Jonna. It's just an opinion. And
we all have them. You know, they're like
right. So here's
they're like assholes.
Dr. Heilbrun's. I didn't lay into it too hard. His testimony about the voice and why he doubts that she really heard a voice. That's SOT number 3. Let's hear that.
Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, "I only heard this." To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
Oh, so she must be lying, doctor. You know, Jonna, here's my problem. I don't have any mental illness that I know of. And I tell different versions of different things at different times, depending on how I feel. This is not an exact science. And she was doped up. And there were times that they talked to her where she was not in a good place. And every word is getting weighed. And the fact that she added a little bit more to one person now all of a sudden means she's a liar. Yes, I see the person's hand is raised. I will call on Jonna. Go ahead, ma'am.
In the back. The girl in the back.
What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Lindsay Clancy knew when she was talking to Dr. Heilbrunn that he was a prosecutor hired gun.
Uh-huh.
She knows this.
Yes.
You can change. So just as you kind of made an analogy that, sometimes you'll tell a story differently depending on who you're talking to, for example, right? She
By
knew this.
accident, I meant, but I hear what you're saying. Go ahead. Yeah.
So she knew that too. And at the point that she talked to him, because that was another thing that came up, that he had spoke to her long after the incident, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
She had plenty of time to rehearse, to talk to her attorney, to get the feel, read the room of what she needed to say to make this work.
I want to, we got with this, I can go on for hours with you, but we got Chris Hansen coming up, and before we have him, I want to get to this one, okay? When there was a mistrial asked for, okay? This is a big moment. I want to get your take on it. It's SOT 5, okay? Something happened in the trial. It was a second reference to religion, which didn't belong in this trial. Let's go to SOT 5 and let's talk about it. I want to get your
This
take.
has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
Okay, so first of all, that wasn't a clip that where he said something. This was the Heilbrunn testifying about something about he opined about religion.
No, he was talking about what Clancy said to him.
I know, but then he gave his opinion. He goes, well, that's not actually true about Catholicism or whatever. He's not an expert in that. And here's the thing. The judge then stood up. That's your issue. You always
Jack
love
in the
when
box.
He stands up. And this was the best thing that happened to the defense, in my opinion. I don't think the defense actually wanted a mistrial. The defense clearly just wanted to preserve this issue for appeal. And if you don't move for a mistrial, you don't get it. He knew that that would be denied. But here's what happened. The only one the jurors trust, the elevated guy who stands all the time in that black polyester, he said, folks, disregard what that guy said. He's not an expert. He's not qualified. I mean, I think that hurt the prosecution. What do you think, John?
It probably did on that one very narrow issue.
Yes.
But so our good friend Mark Garagos also has a theory on this, because when it comes to that religious remark, this was the second time the religious remark came up.
True.
And potential for mistrial. Okay, here's why that's important. Because if, in fact, the prosecution was intentionally trying to cause a mistrial, which I do not believe they were.
Me neither.
I do not believe they were. You can, if your mistrial is granted, it can be granted with prejudice. That means there ain't going to be a second bite of the apple. So you're right. He's preserving his right to appeal, but it wasn't going to be, and it shouldn't have been grounds for a mistrial. I think it was a minor issue.
This is Crime and Justice. I'm Donna Root.
And we are still waiting for court to come back. They're still on break. They're about 16 minutes late, but that's normal. That's usual. That's how it usually rolls here at this court. So as soon as it goes live, we will take you right there. In the meantime, we're going to be checking out these other video clips that I have prepared for you for any of these unplanned extended breaks. I just want to say thank you for the continued love and support. Help us hit the 18.6K goal today. We're only 40 subs away. Please subscribe if you haven't yet. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you very much.
It's day 20 of the Lindsay Clancy trial as prosecutors and the defense prepare to rest. The jury will be left to decide if Lindsay Clancy was driven by postpartum psychosis or premeditation. Joining me now is Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis outside of the courthouse. So, Brian, you were in the courtroom today. Tell me what you saw. Tell me what you're feeling, and we're going to chat about it today.
Yeah, so down at day 20 here, we think it might be the last day of testimony, potentially a little bit of testimony tomorrow, and then they'll talk about the charge and then closing arguments. But inside today, a packed house, more than 45 members of the press, by my count, more than 50 members of the public, as there is obviously increased interest this week with this decision looming by this jury. It was hot in there. You heard the tic-tac and clattering of all of the laptops as the national press and the local press were trying to get every word. You saw the jury intently taking notes, especially when they were listening to Dr. Kirk Heilbrunn in his second day of testimony. He's a witness for the prosecution. All in all, you can tell that you can feel the stakes when you walk into that courtroom.
And they are huge, right? So we know that there's going to be a determination as to whether or not they believe the defense's version of these events or the prosecution's version of these events. What I'm finding really interesting as this continues is, there was some protesting outside yesterday, not as much today, but I think there's this idea that some people view Lindsay Clancy herself as a victim. And I'm not so sure that it's necessarily a victim in Lindsay, or they're looking at a victim in terms of women nationwide, meaning women are starting to empathize or feel sympathy for Lindsay Clancy because they feel like they can put themselves in her shoes. And I'm not so sure that means that they think she should be forgiven or she should get some special treatment. I think it's more about this notion that we should look at this. And I'm wondering if you can kind of separate the two, because I know there's this big push out there that it's awful if you support Lindsay Clancy, but I'm not so sure it's the support of Lindsay Clancy as much as it is bringing awareness to this issue. How do you view it?
Yeah, that's a really good point. You speak to supporters out here, and I have, and they'll tell you that the mental health system in this country should be on trial, as well as obviously Lindsay Clancy. And I think that gets to the heart of it. Unfortunately, though, that nuance, not everyone is making that nuanced of an argument. And so you do have people who really believe that Patrick Clancy somehow did this, even though Lindsay Clancy has admitted to killing her children. And then you do have people who are making videos of themselves online and trying to show that they're empathizing with her, but in doing that, they're not necessarily showing themselves in the best light, because obviously we know that Lindsay Clancy killed her 3 children. So why would you want to use her as any kind of example of anything, right? But I think overall, those who are here in good faith and that are talking about the mental health system, they view this as someone who was begging for help, knew that she was suffering, went over and over again to doctors who either did not believe her or misdiagnosed her. And I think, women have constantly said, and have told me that they don't they struggle with being believed by doctors. So I think that is hitting something that's definitely something that is resonating with women. But I think ultimately there is also this idea that with postpartum depression and psychosis, which in this case, the difference matters. But I think for the general public, for women as a whole, they view postpartum depression and psychosis as something that is not nearly talked about enough.
Sure.
And they view this case as an extreme example of, well, this is what happens when you don't talk about it. This is what happens when you don't believe women, and this is why it matters. But again, that nuance and the way in which you frame it is being lost in the general conversation, because there are people who want to see Lindsay Clancy free, and there are people who believe that Patrick Clancy did this. But I think generally speaking, there are women who view this as an extreme example of a system that has failed her and a system that can then fail them.
Well, I think you can look at this, and the bottom line is 2 things can be true at the same time, right? Like you can think this is the most horrific act that ever happened, but at the same time you can say, but maybe she deserves this defense that is available to her under the law. And I continue to go back to this because those are 2 separate conversations, and 2 things can be true at the same time. And you can also feel awful about what happened and then say, but we need to talk about the fact that we need to look at this issue of mental health. And I think part of the issue, and it's coming out in this courtroom, is women, many of the doctors that testified said they feel like she may have underreported or downplayed how she was feeling. And I'm not so sure if it's actually that or if it's women don't know how to express how they're feeling when they don't feel like themselves, right? Like you continue to hear this conversation. She didn't feel like herself. She didn't feel like herself. I'm losing myself. So I'm wondering if that's something that the medical health profession and mental health profession needs to do, is be able to like come up with a checklist. I know they've been talking about it a lot after the death of Gabby Petito, and her family has said, we want a domestic violence checklist that the law enforcement uses to determine whether or not someone's actually a victim, an abused or abuser. And I think maybe this case would make us think, would it be really helpful if doctors actually gave somebody a much more in-depth checklist so they can express how they're feeling?
You know, I was thinking about that because so much of what's been coming out even today is this idea of whether or not Lindsay Clancy had postpartum psychosis. Yes. And, you know, they go and they go down the checklist of all of the different symptoms that she had, and 9 out of the 10 or 10 out of the 10 symptoms checked yes. But those same symptoms can also apply to bipolar disorder too, or to major depressive episode. And I think what we're seeing here is that in the world of psychiatry and mental health, there is no such thing as black versus white, which is why we have so many of these experts who are offering differing opinions, even though they have interviewed the same person and looking at the same breadth of records. And so while we would love to see a checklist, we do have a checklist, but there is a disagreement on what should be on that checklist. And I think that just makes this entire thing so difficult. And I think it's what makes people, I think it's what's going to make this jury have a bit of a tough time, I think, understanding, because if the doctors and the professionals themselves have quote unquote reasonable doubt about what she had and what she was diagnosed, then why should these jurors not have reasonable doubt?
Well, and that leads me to my next question. We've watched these experts. I think at some points it's been, I keep saying, is there a difference without a distinction, right? Is what are the differences that they're mentioning enough for the jury to say that's enough for me to believe that she was a cold-blooded killer, right? I mean, everyone has agreed that she was sick, that she was screaming out for help. And I'm wondering, and I know the jurors are taking copious notes, I know they're paying attention, but I'm wondering if a lot of this is lost on the jury and the general public, because I'm wondering, you know, I think about that line when, you know, Hillary Clinton said, what difference does it make? Like, I'm wondering if that's maybe the way this jury is feeling. So you were inside the courtroom. You were able to watch. Did you, I know at one point there was some notes that they had rolled their eyes after Kevin Reddington had asked Dr. Mack a question. And so how are you sensing, you know, how they are responding to these witnesses, if at all?
So I think the last 3 rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution, I think Dr. Ava Mack did not go over well with the jury. I don't think it just went over well, period. I think it showed Reddington kind of probably at his best firing back, but it was just not good for all parties involved. I think with Dr. Heilbrunn, and I think now with Dr. Gregory Sathoff, these 2 witnesses, and there's a reason why the prosecution left them last. I think Dr. Heilbrunn, with his 46 years of experience, coming up to the conclusion that, you know, she is criminally responsible because I believe that she did have control and that she did know right from wrong was one thing. But he also brought up the inconsistencies in her message as to what the voice told her in her head. And now Dr. Gregory Sathoff is bringing up the inconsistencies, not only of what the voice told her in her head, but he has looked at over 1,000 psychotic patients. He works for the FBI as a senior forensic psychologist. He's dealt with psychosis. And he says that it's unusual that Lindsay Clancy, it's unusual for anybody that's suffering with psychosis, like Lindsay Clancy claims she was, to only hear the voice that one time. And then for those voices to stop once you complete the killings of your children. So I think that is effective. I think that's why Dr. Gregory Sathoff is last, I should say, in this trial, because he's a guy who has seen 1,000 psychotic patients. He's got the credibility of working for the FBI and leading their behavioral unit as a senior forensic psychiatrist. And he says all of these symptoms, she says she has this voice, it's unusual. And you talk about like the difference between a voice telling her something and her own thoughts telling her something. And I think on its face, it's like, what's the difference? She believed in what she was thinking. Right. But I think what the prosecution is trying to say here is Her thoughts are her thoughts. She should own her thoughts. A voice is a hallucination. A voice is a reasonable belief that you didn't know what was right versus wrong, and that you couldn't control yourself because you were hallucinating. And I think that's why the prosecution is really kind of zeroing in on what's the difference between an intrusive thought and hearing a voice. And I think, if there are inconsistencies in this voice, if it is incredibly unusual to only have heard it when she did, not before and not after, it serves, I think, what's going to be the closing argument for the prosecution. This male hallucination, auditory hallucination, conveniently showed up during the killing.
Well, that definitely will be their argument, but they also don't have to prove a voice either. So that's
True.
the issue, right? So you're right. They will jump on that, but at the same time, you're also going to have Kevin Reddington get up and say, and that was from Hellebrand that said that. And so Hellebrand also said in his 46 years of experience, the last time he actually dealt with this diagnosis was 44 years ago.
Yes.
So for the last, the first 2 years of his career, he had one, and then he didn't have any. So I'm just wondering, the jurors are going to be sitting there thinking, I am charged with the decision-making power here. I'm the one that has to determine what I think is right or wrong. So for these people to get up and give an opinion when he really hasn't treated anyone with this type of an issue and this type of a diagnosis, I'm just wondering how much, at some point, experts begin to cancel each other out.
Sure.
For jurors, right?
Sure.
They begin to say, I kind of discount this guy because of this, and maybe I discount that guy because of that. And then what are they left with? They're left with this awful evidence of 3 dead children, and they're left with the horrific nature in which they were killed. But they're still, and everybody says to me, you do not have to prove motive in a criminal case, which you don't.
Right.
But every juror that's ever sat on a criminal case asks the question, why?
Right.
And are they going to come down to why? The answer being she's a cold-hearted killer, or why? Because she was sick. And so I think we are making so much more out of this than the actual jurors are probably thinking in their own mind. And, I've tried a few jurors.
Yes, you have. I have not.
and so I've tried a few, and I feel like all of us, right? All of the people commenting and people in media on the news, we are looking at this from a much more technical point of view and perspective. And I believe jurors want to get it right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Jurors want to get it right.
But then, Don, let me push you on this.
Please.
What about the planning?
Yeah.
Because I think that is something that anybody can wrap their head around. If you were having a temporary psychotic moment and it lasted, say, 18 to 20 minutes, what about the internet searches and then sending your husband out to CVS and then sending them out to get takeout? And then at that same time, picking up the phone after missing a call and being able to approve a generic medication approval that shows that you are at least right of mind to approve a generic medication. And it shows premeditation by sending your husband out. And I know that Dr. Resnick, who was a defense witness, came out and said, you can do normal things and have a psychotic break. And maybe they'll believe that. And maybe but it's hard to also I think it's gonna be hard for the jury to wrap their head around the fact that she was building a snowman and taking her kids to the pediatrician's office on that same day and had been having, according to the then husband, Patrick, one of her better days. So that's the planning thing to me is a hard thing, I think, for the defense to counter, unless you think that this jury is going to believe Dr. Resnick. And maybe they don't have to believe him, but maybe there's enough doubt.
Well, I have an answer for you, actually, Brian. My answer is this. I think they're using the planning as the narrative. They are saying this was a plan. But if you break it down, what normal family with young kids isn't having dad go pick up dinner and pick up medicine at the pharmacy? If you knew you were going to kill your children, why go get medicine for the child? I mean, send them on a different errand, right? Like that seems like a strange errand to me if you had plans to kill your children. Now, I'll say this. Everybody talks about the Google search to see how far the restaurant was. Well, I looked at that and I thought, I often look to see how long it's going to take to get somewhere to plan. What time should I order the food so my husband gets there and the food is still hot? So I think that there are reasonable explanations. And so the prosecutors have taken what happened that day and turned it into a plan. But I'm not so sure it's an actual plan, right? And so if you believe, and I do think that Dr. Resnick is correct, and if you look at cases historically, and the reason this is so difficult is this is not a common problem. Right. So it is difficult to find doctors who have treated this because it's uncommon. Maybe it's misdiagnosed, maybe it's undiagnosed. Think about autism, right? For years, we didn't diagnose autism, but now we do. So, maybe this is something that will be diagnosed more now that, people do better when they know better. But I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this notion of a plan is something that they are creating, right? The prosecutors are creating this being a plan. He happened to be gone when this happened, and I'm not so sure. And obviously, if he was home and she went into this psychotic break, he could have stopped her, right? But maybe it happened after he left. Who knows? But the bottom line is that I'm not so sure that's enough. Now, we've seen cases over the years recently. We've seen cases where people Google how to get rid of bodies, and look at this David case and the amount of planning and effort that went into and the ordering on Amazon, and there's none of that here. This is a woman who told her husband to go to CVS and pick up some dinner. Like that to me is not this master plan of some killer. So I think they're using that term to try to frame the narrative, but I'm not so sure in the end that's enough.
But what about the manner in which she killed? Does that scream random to you?
I think the manner was absolutely horrendous, but it also seems like if it was a split-second thing, that was something that was there.
You grab what's there.
You grab what's there, right? Like there were, and if it was thought out, why wouldn't she take the medicine that she had and crush it up and put it in their food, right? So it's like, to me, if you were going to plan it, that may not be the manner in which you choose to kill your children.
Right. You mentioned motive, and it got brought up because the only time we've heard of motive was in the beginning in opening statements when the prosecution said that she essentially did this because she's selfish and controlling and manipulative, but they haven't really proven that. As a matter of fact,
zero evidence.
Everything that we've seen is that she's a loving mother and cared about her kids and devoted her life to that. And by the way, she was a nurse by profession. Right. So
in a neonatal,
right. But
Labor
this
and delivery,
motive came up though with Dr. Heilbrunn when he said that the voice that he thinks that she killed her kids because she was so anxious and so controlling that she couldn't have her kids be motherless in this world. And so she took a selfish act of suicide and turned it into murder-suicide. That's a motive.
I mean, it could be, right? I mean, the altruistic suicide.
You can't put the voice on the stand, though.
Well, right. And that's the problem. And that's why I keep going back to what is the jury truly left with? They're left with evidence of who this woman was the entire time she was a mother.
Right.
And there's nothing. I mean, if I had heard that she abused her kids or that teachers were calling home because, they had bruises on their bodies or they came to school crying or they were not well cared for, maybe it's easier to wrap your brain around. And I do think that that's the reason so many people have come out in support. And it is not in support to kill children. It's not what it is. And I also think that you can remember how horrible and awful and horrific this is. And these children deserve justice. But I guess the question is, what does justice look like given the totality of the circumstances? And I go back to this many times because this jury is sitting in this courtroom and they have watched her ex-husband, right, who has moved on, got married, has a child. They have watched her parents, they have watched her sister, and they have watched her ex-mother-in-law. Okay, all of these people have lost children, grandchildren, niece and nephews. And they are showing Lindsay Clancy grace. So I'm wondering if you think it's going to be difficult for the jury to think, well, wait, I'm supposed to judge this woman when the people who lost more than we can ever fathom are showing her grace. And I think that plays a part. I do. And I think all the noise of everything else is drowned out by specifically the ex-mother-in-law, who really has no reason to support a person who's no longer in her family and has 3 dead grandchildren and is still here to say she was sick and she was screaming out for help. So I'm wondering if you think that affects the jury in any way.
Yes, I think it does. But at the same time, the thing that I keep going back to now is that, she wanted to kill herself. There's record of that. She could have just done that. And maybe the family would have been shocked. Maybe they wouldn't have been that shocked given what she was going through in the 3 months before. But the fact that she took 3 lives with her, shouldn't there be some criminal responsibility there? And I think that's going to be the conversation with the jury. You know, there's no question that she was suffering from severe mental illness. Yes. And I think both sides obviously say that is true. I think for the jury, it's, you know, was this so severe that she shouldn't be held responsible for killing her 3 children? And I go back and forth with it. Yeah. I think it's difficult. I think the other thing that they're going to play up is, and I think you and I have talked about this, I think in a lot of these cases, based on what I've read, the prosecution really plays up the emotional part of this, you know, the victims here. And we've seen them put the pajamas up. We've seen them show the autopsy photos. We know that this jury has heard one of the worst 911 calls anybody could ever hear. And I'm wondering if that's going to weigh more than hearing about family members who forgive her for doing this. And I don't know, because I speak to some of my own people in my circle, and a lot of people I speak to say, you know, she's a murderer. Yeah. Murderer.
Same.
So,
yeah, and in my circle, it's probably half and half. I mean,
right.
you get a little bit of both.
Man versus female in some respect. I kind of see that split. Do you see that?
I do a little bit, but I got to tell you, there's some hard-nosed people we work with that they feel like, no, this is just flat out murder. And then I go to this, which I think is an interesting philosophical conversation. We talk a lot about when things are available, when they should be utilized. Okay, so we talk about death penalty and Koberger, and was it wrong for the prosecution to not move forward? And I was one of the people who said, if death penalty is ever appropriate, this is the time, right? These are the types of cases why we have it. And if you have it, this is where it should be used. Not a conversation as to whether we should have it or not, but if we have it, this is where it should be used. Same with Tyler Robinson, right? If we have it, this is a circumstance where it should be used. And if you had it in New York with Luigi Mangione, we could talk about it there. So I look at this and I say, for all of the people who were rallying about why the death penalty is available and it should be used, then why not the same when it comes to defenses, right? An insanity defense is an available defense under the law.
No doubt.
And if it is not utilized in a case like this, when is it appropriate?
It's a good point.
I think people that want to just take this one side rallying cry need to think about this in a very non-judgmental and non-hypocritical position. Because I think it's hypocritical to say, go forward with the death penalty, but then we can't talk about the defenses. Like, I think you have to talk about them both in the same universe.
Do you think that the prosecution, would you prefer a law that says the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was sane? Or do you prefer how other states do it, where the defense has to prove that she was not sane and not right of mind?
I do think it's probably more fair to have a situation where if you are raising a defense, you should be the one that has to prove it. That's how it is where I normally practice law. This is how they do it in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And so, you're bound by the laws in the place that you live or where crimes are committed. But I given the fact that that's the law here, I think that makes it more difficult for the prosecutors, right? Because I don't know, do you feel like anybody has proven one way or another where we come down on the mental health side? I mean,
no.
Right.
I mean, no, but I do think that's why I think everybody says closing arguments, because in some they'll be able to put everything together. Sure. And I think that is why the voice matters, because the voice is a manifestation of what craziness is in this case, right? Because I think that's what the prosecution is trying to do, right? And I think it's hard for people, because if you talk about beyond a reasonable doubt standard, it's like the doctors didn't even know what she had. So how can we sit here and know what was in her head? But I think the pushing on the voice and the inconsistencies of the voice and the planning has weight on it. But again, the beyond the reasonable doubt standard, to me, it's just like, how can they say that?
Because remember,
that's a tough thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I just said to a jury 2 weeks ago, even if you think maybe, even if you think possibly, and even if you think probably, that's still not enough. And so when you think about that, so it'll depend on whether or not they really look at the black letter law here, or they go on. But here's the interesting thing about this case. Emotion could play either way.
I know.
the law can play either way.
I think about that 911 call that they listened to, and I think about it all.
And we
I
didn't
wonder-
hear it. None
and
of
we
us
didn't.
were able to hear it, unless you were in the courtroom. You
Yeah,
didn't
there
hear
were
it.
some press that heard it, and they described it as,
Yeah, horrific.
jury members crying and just a guttural scream from Patrick Clancy when he found his children. And you wonder how much of that is going to go in their heads to say, what is justice here?
Right.
Because they don't know, they're not supposed to know what the penalty is in this, right?
That's correct. I did read, though, that the judge will tell them.
Okay.
And it surprised me because that's not normally how
Okay.
it works, but there's a lot of interesting things that happen here.
Welcome to
But-
the Commonwealth.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. But apparently, some of the information we received today, it says that the judge will tell the jury that if she is not guilty by reason of insanity, there will be a petition to keep her in a hospital, and she will be evaluated. So they will know. But I think it's hard to think that anybody doesn't know that she would have to go to a hospital.
Yes.
So maybe
But
that
that'll
doesn't-
play in the minds of the jury who are going to have to live with this decision.
Right.
And I think if you have to live with this decision as to whether or not she's guilty or not guilty, if you know that she will be locked up in a psychiatric hospital, does that give you the excuse or the out to say, you know what, there isn't enough here? Or do you think of that and say, she can get out of the hospital at any moment?
Sure.
Is that justice?
Yeah, and that's
I don't know. I think this is human.
That's a good question. I
Yeah.
guess the other thing I've been saying too is if you want to talk about what justice is, which might be different than what's legal, what's moral, what's just, right? We can talk about that.
Right.
But justice, they're looking at a woman in a wheelchair, paralyzed from the waist down, that will never have any kind of a life.
Who doesn't want to live?
Who doesn't want to
still
live?
has suicidal thoughts.
That's exactly right. Who doesn't want to live. And no matter what anybody decides, judge, jury, executioner, or otherwise, she lives in a prison in her own mind for the rest of her life. Like, how do you ever come back from not only the loss of your entire life, granted at your own hands, right? But knowing that you did it. I mean, what that must do. And, and hey, at the end of the day, I always think God will decide.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Patrick Clancy, the then husband in all of this, he started his new life. He's got a girlfriend in New York and all that.
Married and a child.
Married, yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Yes.
Yeah.
He wrote an article about forgiveness and forgiving her. I don't know if that came off in his testimony 2 weeks ago that he was like forgiving her, but I'm wondering what you'd make of Patrick Clancy's testimony and whether or not it helped or hurt, or if it was just matter of fact, because it seemed very much matter of fact that this is what happened. But do you think it helped or hurt her in this case?
I don't think he came in a vindictive way that made the jury not like Lindsay Clancy, right? I think he was sympathetic in the fact that he lost his child and children and in the manner in which he did, and he had to find them. And all of that is just, there's no words for how awful that is. But at the same time, probably the most sympathetic character of the whole thing should be him. And I'm not so sure he came across that way. And I don't know if that's his way of dealing with this, which, of course, we can't judge, right? Is that his way of dealing with this because of how horrible this is? Has he moved on in a way that he's had to put this just to be able to get through life, right? He's had to just put it in a box and go forward with life. Or does some of that come from a feeling, these people all knew how sick she was. At some point, you have to look at yourself and say, why didn't I do more? Why didn't I? Right. So,
you just gave me an excuse as to why all these people came out and said they believe her.
That's why.
Maybe they feel certain guilt and culpability, and they would rather blame it on a disease than to say, "Oh my gosh, I was complicit in some sort of murder."
Yes,
I
I believe
that's
that.
true.
No,
Yeah.
and I believe
Yeah.
that. I believe the entire family, because remember, how do we judge these people? They were living in the home with her. This was their life, right? Whether it was Patrick, whether it was parents coming to visit, whether it was her sister talking to her all the time, they were living this with her. And if they didn't realize that this could go to this level, right? And they have to feel horrible. Like, could you, like, if something happened to one of my family members and I thought, oh my God, I should have seen this. And that's not an indictment on them. That's not saying they should have done more. That's just facts and circumstances of the way you must feel.
Right.
So this is an entire family that's suffering and trying to find a way to healing. And I guess to me, it would be hard for me to judge in that situation.
Do you think Patrick Clancy comes to closing?
If he doesn't, that is awful. You want the rest of us to care about your 3 children and you don't show up here. I understand it would be awful to listen to, but the optics of that would be horrendous.
Right. It's actually, but it is a question, I guess.
It's a very good and fair question.
Right.
What do you think?
I mean, I think he should.
Yes.
But again, who are we to judge
Yeah.
what it feels like to lose your 3 children in that manner? But and I guess for the verdict, he would have to be there as well.
I mean, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to, but usually,
should he?
Yes. I mean,
Yes,
I've been in courtrooms where people have been murdered in different ways over the years, and there's always members of the victim's family there, whether it's on Lindsay's parents or the other grandparents or Patrick. So it would be a very bad look.
I'm getting the sense from you, Donna, that I think a lot of people feel like this is a coin flip, but you don't think this is a coin flip. Like, you think this is. Do you think that this jury is like 70, 80% in on she was not culpable, criminal responsibility?
Juries in some ways are always coin flips, right? If I was trying the case, I'd be much more comfortable giving you an opinion. There's a point in every case where I feel like I know exactly what's going to happen. One question, one witness, something happens.
Do you feel that
and
way?
I say, but that's if I'm in there.
Yeah, that's if you're in it.
It's hard for me to say that.
Right.
I definitely think that the defense has scored more points to me when it just comes to the trial aspect. That's not about, awful facts, but in terms of the way the trial has gone, and given the fact that the burden lies with the state. Remember, you always have to, the defense starts the game down 21-0 because the prosecutors hold the cards, but the prosecutors going into it have a bigger deficit because of the fact that they have the burden, and the burden's a big deal. And this is not civil court. This is not, the scale where it's a little bit more than not. No, this is beyond a reasonable doubt. And they have to feel really, 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 really confident that she did not have this in order to find her guilty. So I don't know.
And all the defense is doing, even today, Kevin Reddington showed the text message from 3 months before the killings of her saying, I am sick, I'm over medicated, I'm anxious, I can't sleep. An awareness that she was in trouble and telling people she was in trouble. And I guess you do that because you want to show someone who wasn't ignoring it, but was actually doing the complete opposite, and yet was so overcome by this psychosis that she did the unthinkable. And I guess that's why Reddington keeps going back to this fact that she's a loving mother and that she had an awareness of what was happening to her and was trying so hard to do it. And the prosecution keeps going back to the fact that there was no record of psychosis. And I wonder if that point gets lost in all of it, everything, because as we've already discussed, you can have 10 doctors and 9 of them will have a different, all have a different
I think
diagnosis.
And the more you parade doctors up there, you open up that argument. That's a good argument to make. And so if I'm the prosecution, I probably just call my best expert and get everything I need to get in through the one expert to talk about the elements. Anytime you call multiple witnesses and they start contradicting each other, when you have the burden, that puts yourself in a difficult position. I also think, and I've never been one to criticize lawyering, because I think lawyering is very much like acting. It's an art, right? Everybody has their own style. Everybody does things a little bit differently. I don't think, though, the prosecutors in this case have shown the right level of emotion. And I think what somebody has said to me, and that hurts in a courtroom, and a very wise friend of mine sent me a message saying that the prosecutors weren't wrong in bringing the charges. The charges had to be brought. There's 3 dead children. There needs to be accountability. But what they are wrong in is their understanding of it. And I found that very poignant. And if the defense wins, and when I say win, I mean not guilty of, not guilty by reason of insanity, not criminally responsible, which is very different than a not guilty. And so when I say win, that's what I mean. I think that may be, in the end, the reason, and not really all the other things that we talk about. So the most compelling interviews after this will be those jurors, if any of them are willing to talk.
Can't wait to speak to them.
We're
just getting that note. If you saw, court is over.
Okay.
For the day.
Court is over for the day.
And closings are expected likely
tomorrow.
Thursday.
Thursday. Oh, yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
We thought
you know
Can
why?
I ask you about
Because
that?
they're going to give them a day.
You think? I don't. I have to look. We have to look. But you know, I know that they said that this case was ahead
Well,
of
is court
schedule.
over? Does that mean that the witness is still testifying, or just court's over for
Oh,
today?
that's a good point. I got to think that the witness is still testifying because they said that the last witness was going to be today, and then there was no indication that there wasn't going to be any court tomorrow.
Okay.
So I think more testimony is going to continue with Dr. Gregory Sathoff, who is the last expert rebuttal witness from the prosecution, is what my understanding is.
I'm getting a message that 9 a.m. tomorrow court begins with witness still on stand. So looks like closings will be Thursday. Yeah.
What do you make of this kind of the pace of this? I find it surprising that this jury starts at 9:30 and ends at like 3:30 every day.
Yeah.
And also this idea, it just seems like they're taking their time, even though the judge says they're ahead of schedule.
I think they are a little bit ahead of schedule, but I come from these jurisdictions. I mean, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. There's so many court cases happening that they have to move things along. Right. I mean, I've had judges keep us till 8, 9, 10, midnight. Wow. So, we waited for a jury until about 8:30 a couple of weeks ago. So, I think this is maybe just as not as busy of a jurisdiction, and they set aside a lot of time for this case. But if I'm on the jury, I'd like to get back to my life.
So that's my question to you here. If closings happen likely Thursday, are we talking about them deliberating obviously right away as soon as they're charged? Is this jury keeping in mind that there's a weekend here? And do you think, does that play out as much as we like to think it does? Friday kind of decision making before the weekend?
I think it does.
Yeah.
In certain types of cases. I'm not so sure it does here. I think if you have very unsympathetic people on either side and juries don't care, talking about a gang shooting, you're talking about drug cases, gun cases, but something like this, I won't go so far as to say that Friday bell is ringing. I still don't think this is going to be weeks-long deliberation. I think it will be fairly swift, but we'll see. Predictions actually mean nothing. I will say this, though. We have not heard either side ask the judge to sequester the jury once deliberations begin.
Fascinating.
And I'm wondering if, given all the noise about this case, now, should they have asked to sequester them earlier? I mean, maybe.
There's an argument being made for that
There is. But at the time, I don't think anybody realized what kind of a life this was going to take on. But during deliberations, we'll see. I would be surprised if neither side asks for that. If I'm on the defense, I'm asking because I want to, again, preserve that right on appeal. Because who knows? If you find out that jurors were Googling and researching over the weekend, who knows how that affects.
That goes to the
decisions.
whole moral sin situation that we've been
Yes.
seeing. This conversation that's been happening over the mistrial that was asked for yesterday by Reddington, because the prosecution brought up this notion that that killing someone is a mortal sin according to the Catholic religion. It was the second time that this notion had been brought up in front of the jury. Judge William Sullivan not happy at all about it, admonishing the prosecution. And I'm wondering why the prosecution seems to be intent.
Turn back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the 18 jurors.
All right. Counsel, I thought we'd have our.
We are back. Yes.
Everybody get a chance. I know you just got them about an hour ago. So, in regards to the draft that I gave, I know I got one set of proposed instructions from the defendant. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to offer?
We don't have a motion, but we just do have a few comments and a.
Sure, that's kind of what I expected. I know everybody's been on trial, so I thought that's kind of why I thought I'd give you the draft and we could just kind of walk through it. So my thought would be to first go through the Commonwealth's position, and then I'll hear from the defendant. Attorney Buckingham.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to your proposed your draft instructions, I think that Your Honor's instruction regarding criminal responsibility is pretty much the cut and paste of the model instruction. So overall, there's no objection to it. However, the Commonwealth would just like to put on the record that we don't think that voluntary intoxication, the 3 points that were added in to Your Honor's draft are necessary. And I'll just cite to the Commonwealth versus Brown, 449 Mass 747, it's a 2007 case, where it says that An instruction on voluntary intoxication is not required absent evidence of debilitating intoxication. Such evidence must support the inference that at the time of the killing, intoxication impaired the defendant's ability to form any requisite criminal intent. And so in this case, I understand counsel is going to argue, medications, and he's free to argue that to the jury. But as far as instruction goes, we're talking about criminal responsibility. We're talking about mental status at the time of the event on the day in question of January 24th, 2023. There is no evidence to support that there was intoxication to a debilitating effect, as the Brown case indicates. I think what the best evidence the court has is that the defendant in her journals and in some statements that she made to the experts indicated that at the time of the offense, she was taking amitriptyline and one other medication that she had been on for quite some time. And Your Honor now has evidence that it was a very low dose of amitriptyline. And there is nothing about the observed behavior of her on that day suggesting that there was any debilitating effects of the consumption of the prescription medications on that day. So we would ask that those sections not be included in the instruction. If Your Honor is inclined to include them in the instruction, we are asking that you add a qualifier into it's what's listed as paragraph 3, where it starts to talk about.
Is that on page 3, kind of Roman numeral 3?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
It says the defendant who lost a substantial capacity I have just described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs. We would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice a quick typo on page 4 under Roman numeral 4 in that first full paragraph where it's the consequences of a finding. It says in the maybe 5th line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Oh, gotcha.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree of severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation with her, strangling her, falling off a ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace. So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery was quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, of the kids, unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that that is should not be included in the instructions. And one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence,
yeah,
Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury shouldn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them the full records, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. I'd ask that something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11, because I do remember that request. If you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have addressed it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed instructions, Roman numeral 1, introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term. Not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or conform the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, does not include abnormality only by computer crew. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is
let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that first sentence.
I got the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep. Mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little confusing. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant has a mental disease or defect. If the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to that where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just will not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt, defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know, and then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put in there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government. It's unnecessary, so I would ask that that go out. And then you could say the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate, again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication. I appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you well know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask, going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
We even got to 3. So I want to make sure that I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, it's kind of dense, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
And then, so that takes us to paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication would trigger or intensify a mental disease or defect. I don't think that the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral 3.
Right, so by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3, correct. And I'm highly likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
4 goes to the same thing. It's just a reiteration of the final. So if
yeah, so that would go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to 3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5 on page 3, it does reference again for voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Wolanski case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that that would, in fact, justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct. And that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance, that would be manslaughter, not murder. And that would be under and consistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I'm sure I know your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Tulin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental disease or defect that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, a forethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, the evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave or that you would give are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadozzi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. They have, some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors, you're talking about tricyclics, you're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime. But yet, when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, they come 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
We're talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
It's in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of prescription drugs.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would
So
cover
just
it.
one instruction?
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking, just to go.
I agree with
If
you.
I give it, it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Attorney Buckingham, I don't know if I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see that there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddings just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day, and there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done, and that there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles, and there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is a one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel's free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if Your Honor were to provide an instruction, then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing arguments. And speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say half hour.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right, I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
No.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summons, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, but we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then he didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is wants to stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that. So anything else?
No.
Oh, how about redactions? That was the other thing. Was it just that one report or a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that requires redaction has been redacted.
All right.
I think so. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have.
All right. I'm just asking. All right. All right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
It's a what are they buddy now or something? Wow, what a day we got through. A lot. Man, closing arguments tomorrow finally. It seems like forever, but finally closing arguments. As I stated before, we will have our Your Verdict live call-in show during the verdict watch. So however long the verdict watch is going to be how long we're doing our Your Verdict live call-in show. So don't forget that. Also, thank you for the continued love and support. Help us hit that 18.6K goal for today. We're only 20 subs away. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. We already have the notification out tomorrow. We will be here bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be doing a little bit of day 21 recap. We're going to be discussing what we think might happen with the closing arguments. And we'll see. Who knows? We might be talking more about that green shirt lady. Who knows? There might be another update on that, right? I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support, your trust, and your company. Conversation really means everything to us. Please stay safe. Have a peaceful and positive evening. And we will see you back tomorrow morning. Love you guys. Peace. Oh, make sure you vote on the poll. We're going to be ending it here.